Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Holy. Oh, I'll start my day with this. Not a long time. They'll have a good time. The sun can't shine every day. I have not, Josh. No. Probably should have been, but I have not, no. I've been busy. I probably should have bought a fuckload yesterday. Part of me worries that it's going to take too long for them to convert it to costumes. Or allow it to be converted to crons, I mean. What the fuck am I doing right now? Probably can't keep an order up on that and a costume at the same time, right? "19 viewers, bro fell off. I know, tragic, eh?" Where is it again? Yeah, horse gear, horse gear, horse gear. Fuck, it's so phlegmy right now. Dude, what's the first selection? Okila? I wonder which one's... I don't know why I'm even bothering trying to guess. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, it looks like Okila and Darkthorn. Could have went crazy yesterday. I remember somebody said in my chat, like, first thing yesterday morning, I was like, huh? And then I think I was just so absorbed with enhancing my Fallen God, I just completely fled my mind. I'll just wait on opening these boxes. There's no reason to open these right now. I'll just dump those in that storage. What? Why didn't I move the... Oh, it didn't move these because I actually used them yesterday. Let's open them up. Oh, I thought I got what I wanted. I was about to freak the fuck out. Fallen. Kind of rather have those. We'll see. Hey, good morning, Velkia. Just you popping in my Twitch chat reminded me to open up the Kick chat. So I'm hoping we don't have the issue today. Although it is looking very much like a driver problem. And even when I rolled back, like it... I hate intermittent issues. I hate them so goddamn much. But at least I know when it's starting to happen. I just gotta hard reboot my PC immediately and not try to wait for it. Okay, let's bring this character back to the old fishing hole. Maybe we don't get hosed today on crystallized energies, because I would really like to finish my third Han. Wait till you take the throne from Divi? Maybe. Maybe this weekend. I'll be certainly applying. And the fact that I hit both my enhancements increases my chances, right? Huh? Wait, what? Did I go out the wrong side? I think I did. Still getting used to this place. Oh, fuck, the wrong side again. God damn it. Apparently there's 3 entrances to this place. There we go. This the one. So left of the well. With a U staircase. Double stacked staircase. Why can't it ever just be like stacked at the top? Pure. I wonder if I type pure. Pure P? Pure P? That works. Better remember that. Coffee money, yo. Mugo Panzer, thank you very much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Almost back up to a trail. Man, we making silver out here. I like it. I like it a lot. I'll take these down. I'm just gonna wait till I get 50. Me all night long. Oh wait, never mind. I think it's 100, right? Yeah. God, I had some in my inventory from yesterday. Wait, what do you mean? No, it's simple alchemy? No, it's heating. Did I click the wrong thing? I must have. Have you been selling your Genadania crystals? Yeah. There's no reason to hold on to them. Excuse me. At least no reason that I'm aware of. I don't want to do the white today. I don't know why. It was growing on me last night. I was thinking about it. I was like, you know, that white did kind of look kind of sick. Why do we have basic and event? Like, it's just so annoying. Need to repair it up. Be able to get back over a trill today. Actually, probably not if other things start flowing in. Did you not make the boots and gloves just to get the immediate DP gains for the bosses? The boots and gloves don't give you an immediate DP gain. They're the same DP. You gain, excuse me, if you're evasion, you gain DR. If you're DR, you gain evasion, but the DP stays the same. I can now do the second boss. Yo! Did you already do your second boss for the week? Or did you save it? Oh my god. No. You're if you're a succession class, your awakened weapon can, you know, just get it to like pen so it looks cool and then forget about it. You waited? Hell yeah. Smart. Smart.
Have you ever had a dream that you can don't you want to don't you
Zeth arrive.
Yo, what's up, Abolition? Okay, let's make sure we don't fuck up like we did yesterday. Make sure we actually have our proper crystals equipped, because I was getting fucking cooked and I couldn't figure out why. Okay, we looking good. We need 31 of these. We have a fuckload of hours to grind today. So we should, unless we get absolutely raked over the coals, we should have no problem getting our goal today. Actually, you know what I want to do? Excuse me. For shits and giggles, I want to see if I can get a second merchant ring. So I'm going to actually grab both of these. And I think I try to grab the Paddocks one. Because Olin's Valley isn't as big of a deal. They clearly like that spot. They might add a Olin's Decia 4, Decia 5. Oh, it's bugged right now? Oh, never mind. So what happens if I grab these? And I use them? Okay, I use them. And I have it turned on. How is it bugged? Okay, let's pop our buffs. Okay, oh, we got 36 minutes left on that. Use one of our peaches. Pop 10 buff. Loot scroll. Remind me in 30 minutes to pop a drop buff. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait, we still got 5 hours left on it. Why does the cooldown say... Oh, that's why. The cooldown's half the duration. This is almost not even white enough for me. Let's pop all of our buffs and then go back to dyeing our outfit, chat, because that's a very efficient use of time. See, I want something... Go with the Median. You can use them, but they won't count and they'll be refunded. Ah, gotcha. Yo, wait a fucking minute. That looks kind of crazy. What the hell did I just do? Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Why'd that look so crazy? Doesn't look that crazy there. Oh, that's why. God damn. It's like fucking glowing. Now I'm kind of curious about this. Never mind, we changed it. We redirected. Might be too much purple. The purple glow and the purple hair. I feel like it's too much. I feel like it's too much now. Never mind. As I get more on there, I'm like, damn. I'm just looking like a purple glow stick. There we go. What I'd probably have to do if I wanted to do it the other way is just basically flip it. Do the armor purple. And then do the hair and the accents and stuff white. Excuse me. I am so phlegmy this morning. Uh-oh. Slug Warrior is it? Oh, I know Slug Warrior is it. That shit's probably comfy as fuck out here. I should honestly try to take one. Okay, let's get to the grind. Whoa. Yeah, but I'm not looking for all of them. These are the crystals I'm running. I'm half tempted to just run like a DR house buff here too. Why? Okay, there we go. Okay, apparently that broke it? What the fuck you just do? From the flashbang, yeah, something broke. Can't exactly fucking adjust it right now either. Where is it? Okay, we will just turn that off. Boom. I actually don't even know why that worked. That shouldn't even have worked because I'm not even running the software right now for that to be working. None of the redemptions should be working right now. So I don't understand why it activated. It shouldn't even have activated. I like how I say nothing should be working, and you guys keep trying to redeem it. I just don't know why it tried to redeem that, or why it worked. Yeah, I know, like, obviously you can, I didn't disable it in Twitch, but the software that runs all those things isn't even on right now. So I have no idea why that even started to work. Like, it clearly didn't work properly. But it shouldn't even have activated. It shouldn't have made the sound. It shouldn't have done any of that shit. Because the software is just not running. That's fucking weird. Oh, yeah. Let me turn my mic up. There we go. That's part of the flashbang is it takes all audio and puts it to half. And then, probably music too. And then slowly scales it back up. Like your ears are readjusting, right? And it like started, and yeah, that's fucking weird. That is weird. No, you can't redeem anything right now. None of it's working. I have it disabled. I just have to disable the redeems. You can get gear advice, sure. Type in !workshop and work your way down the list like every goddamn other person I tell. What the hell? Come on, Medozen, you should know this. You're here all the time. There's a goddamn website built for your most efficient gearing path. Give me my points back? You guys ain't getting shit back. What do you think this is? A democracy? This is like real life. You just got scammed, son. Better luck next time. I'm gonna go through and pause all the redeems. So. I just gotta wait. Isn't it Rhino too? Yeah, 15 for 3 hours. I wonder if I have any of those. One in my Heidel storage. Oh, goddamn, what a bad fucking time to do that! Why did he have to shoot a laser right when I'm fucking doing that? Of all the fucking times! He's not looking, take this. That's right. I had that shit covering my screen. Couldn't see what he was doing. You guys see what they're doing with the DP crystals? That's interesting. So they're not addressing the stacking like 6 dawns, but they are making it so you can't stack nearly as much DR through the other crystals, and that actually might be an okay middle ground. Because that's probably part of the reason. Like, Evasion has, like, what? 2 crystals? We have Harfias. And that's it. Where DR's builds have Dark Red Fangs, they have the Kobe's, they have, like, a whole bunch of other crystals to stack. So, and it's not... It might not seem as big of a deal as it would be, like, if you were to just limit the the DR crystals. But yeah, the DR crystals actually have a loss, and it's not about. It's about when you're pushing to the extremes. That's when like both DR and evasion get crazy. Is when you start bottoming out people's accuracy or bottoming out people's DR, and you can't bottom out people's accuracy anymore. But you can bottom out people's AP, right? I think I said DR, I meant AP. So, for these like full DP meme builds that are stacking like every single DR crystal and stuff in the game, I don't know how much they're losing, but it's got to be like 30 DR or something, right? That now they can't stack together. That's kind of huge. That might make these full DP meme DR builds actually killable again. Especially when you pair that with how much AP we've all been gaining. Well, the AP you get from your weapons is largely offset by the DR people are getting from their armors. But there is a net gain, and even more so coming, right? A net gain with your Han crystals. Because that's another 18 AP there. And then we're going to be getting the artifacts, which I think give, what, 6 AP a pop or 7 AP a pop when we can upgrade our artifacts? And then you have your Lightstone sets where you can get more too. Let's see, 6 Jins. Okay, yeah, so 4 Hooms. Yeah, and Hooms are staying unchanged. But the 2 Kobes, the 2 Fangs, the Bitters will stay the same. The Jin HPs and the 3 yellow DR crystals, those are all being limited to 2. So what you'll probably run is just the 2 Dark Fangs, right? Because they give the most DR. That'll be 14. But then you're losing the DR from the Kobes, which is 5 a pop. You're losing the... I don't know what you mean by Jin HPs. But you're using the 3 yellow DRs. Okay, one second. I want to do something. I wish there was a way to just quickly pause all redeems. It's so annoying that I have to go through them and pause them one at a time. There should be just a pause all button. Okay, and then I'm gonna go to Guild Banner. Oh, yeah, the HP crystals aren't being limited from stacking. But what was it again? So let me pull up the patch notes. Like even like these crystals, right? They give all damage reduction. They're just being changed to monster damage reduction. So you can't even stack these in there. Yeah, let's see the crystals. Yeah, so the magic crystals of abundance armor, magic crystals of infinity armor, magic crystals of abundance armor, dark red fangs, the all of the Kobes are being put as the damage reduction group, and you can only use 2. So that means people will just use basically 2 of. Do I not have them in here? Where the fuck are they? Oh, 2 of these, right? instead of stacking those other things with it. So they're going to be losing the Kobe's because they're probably using Jin Kobe's as well, right? For the that's 10 DR down. So yeah, like that's a chunk of DR. All these DP these DR memes are running. That's a decent chunk of DR that they're dropping. Now they're obviously going to substitute other things in their place, so it's not going to be like just a net loss. But yeah, like if you understand how the defensive stats scale, you realize that that's a bigger deal than people will give it credit for. That's for sure. I don't know. This is the Udon armors. Yeah, you get 10 uses out of those rhino heads, and it's 3 hours per, so that's 30 charges for 200 mil versus the 40 mil per scroll. It's like 1/5 the cost if I just go to the guild manor and use those. That's effectively what? 20 mil a charge divided by 3. It's like fucking 8 mil an hour versus 40. Because last I checked, those DR the DR scrolls are like 40 an hour, 40 mil an hour. There must be some serious hunting money. Is hunting up huge? Because it seems like people are obviously buying those things if they're that high. Shit, do I have my right pets out? I do not. Ooh. It's a good thing I didn't have crystal laws there, dude. You know what they should do? There should be some death penalty reduction crystals. You sacrifice crystal slots for those. That'd be kind of sick. For danger spots where you're not really getting a lot of stats anyways. You'll pop drop rate on your server? Well, I hope your server's the server I'm on, because I'm not swapping. What skill for sword got buffed? The name is different? Just look at the icon of this skill. I don't play a Sork, so I don't know why you would expect somebody who doesn't play Sork to know a mistranslated version of an ability if you are a Sork. If anything, you should know, right? I'm on Valencia 1. Oh, so are you? Oh shit, look at that. God damn. To be fair, he was talking in his chat. Oh, yeah, good point. He was. I completely missed that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there's a pretty good chance there's at least one Sork in chat. My bad. Autobots roll out. Dangerous Wukong feels so much safer at Darkseekers, but people keep saying that Wukong is better money. I'm between both classes at the moment. What do you mean safer at Darkseekers? I feel like ever since they adjusted the DP values, Darkseekers is like damn near impossible to die unless you go AFK in the mobs. Dark BSR vibes? Uh-oh. Yeah, they got like their rebombs and shit, right? %, BSR. Wait, do Ascension classes get the 10, 25, and 50 BSRs? I thought that was exclusive for Awakening classes, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because Deadeye has them, right? Fuck, I guess so. Shit. %, more damage in other classes, hundreds and 200s. The hell? Is that PvP? Like counting PvP damage reduction? It's just base? Oh, okay. What's the PvP damage reduction, though? How's that compare? Because I don't care if they're 10, 25, and 50s or whatever are crazy in PvE. But if they're doing, like, that much more damage in hundreds and 200s in PvP, yeah, that class is going to be fucking busted. Because you have so much BSR these days. Remember that PvP damage too has been changed. It's damage applied, not damage reduced now. They inverted the calculation to make it more understandable. Do you think any difference will be pretty hard to notice? Not really, no, because it's not just about, like, the proportional gear score that you're gaining. It's about the proportionality between you and your opponent. Right? A good way to think about it, right, is if you're 200 gear score, let's say you're 200 AP and someone has 100 DR. You're 100 AP over them, right? Over their DR. Well, if you're 700 gear score versus an 800 gear... if you're 700 AP over somebody who has 600 DR, that's still a 100 AP difference, right? So the damage will be roughly the same across both. 21.92. Yeah, so 21.92 applied, so if it does 50,000, that's approximately 10,000. That's reasonable. 10,000 damage on a BSR? Because if it's 20%, well, 22%, I guess, would be what? 10,200? 10,000, no, 10,100. Or, sorry, 11,000. Holy fuck, my brain. Let's take a look. Is that the 50% that you... Oh, no, you said... Which one did you say was the 50k damage? 25%. Okay, let's compare it to my 25% interrogate. My 25% interrogate is 24,000 with 34%. So what's 34% of 24,000? That's what, 8,000? So it's a little bit better. It looks like it's going to hit about 25% harder than my 25%. My 25% though is instant. That shit is so fast. So if theirs actually has a bit of a longer animation, then it's understandable. But yeah, 22% of 50k is a little bit better. Well, I mean, 20% bump is more than a little bit. What's the animation time of that ability? Because if it's like a super armor that they're locked into that takes a full second, then I would argue mine's better. That's another thing too. If his BSRs are like... If they get CCs on them and they're multi-tick, then the BSRs could go fucking crazy. CA? Wait, what's CA? 3 seconds of SA and stun. Does it specify if it's like first hit or last hit, or does it just say like on hits or something? Yo, what's up, Eric? I'm sure Divios will be on Global Lab today. We'll be able to tune into his stream and he'll tell us if they're busted. Like I said, if they're a long animation, then the damage isn't a big deal. And if the CC is only on the last hit and they're just standing there in SA, then it's just going to be grab bait. Oh, he already did that? Oh shit, okay. Maybe I have to load up his VOD. Hey, thanks for dozing. Activated by holding Shift F and then right click, consuming 25% damage deals. 81k times 6. So yeah, it's just under 50. Has 100% chance crit. Can hit up to 10 targets. Each successful hit recovers 100 HP. Crowd control, PvP grants super armor during use. Stuns on the first successful hit. Okay, so that's not so bad. If it's just the first hit. If it specifies, that's a good thing, because then that means it's not like tick, 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 trying to fucking stun you. Applies down attack effect. In PvP, the damage reduction ratio is 22. Area of effect increase the attack range. I'm curious how long that animation is then. Because the animation will really determine how busted that is. If it's like super fast animation, then that's a sick amount of damage. And how big the AoE is too. Sorry it took a while? Wait, why are you apologizing for doing that? God damn. You should be apologizing. Wait, am I? Wait, how do I already have 6 of those? Yeah, Sage is faster, yeah. Well, Sage's 25% is really fast. It's basically a second upsurge. With a bit of a bigger AoE on it. But ours also doesn't have a CC. Shit, maybe ours should have a CC. Remember yesterday we were going through all those montages? The best kill feed we had was what? 4? And it was like, ping. 20 seconds later, ping. Where the archers just ping, 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 ping. Fucking stuck Sage. Ping, 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 ping. God damn. I know. Awakened Sage needs to be buffed. It's the average silver cost for the alchemy stone you have? Too much. If you're asking, it's more than you want to spend. Another end times. Holy, we're cooking today. You clipped it? Good. Send it to PA. I appreciate you taking up the cause. Making sure to spread the word. Down you doubting me? Oh, I'm not doubting you. I just know that if you don't already know that, then you probably don't have the money or the resources to be thinking about it. That's like back in the day, people asking, should I be evasion or DR? It's like, if you're asking that question, you most likely don't have the gear to be running evasion. It's also something you shouldn't be worrying about right now, because they're going to be redoing the alchemy stone system probably next Global Lab. Like a week from today, we'll probably see what's going on with the alchemy stones. Dog for more chill grind, that's right. Same with the DR house buff. Little by little, a little becomes a lot. You want to know a perfect example of how AP and DR scales while grinding? Take a look at the difference between nighttime and daytime. All nighttime does is add 5% more AP to the enemies, but it feels like you're taking double the damage. And it's because of the relationship between AP and DR. Can you change the Adana glow color? No, this title, this glow is because of my title. Has nothing to do with the armor. I am not a throne bearer, no. But I'm gonna take down the dragon. Is that average? I mean, I guess depends on the stack you started with, but it's pretty close to average. Title from Madonna? No. The title is from Best in Guild. Basically, in order to get the purple title that I have now, your guild has to have won the Best in Guild 3 years. Divios won Orbita, DBM won Nymphomare, and Floros won... I can never remember the name of the first castle. Aetherian, I think, something like that. Oh! We finally got a full Jin, baby! Yo ho ho! That's the first one! Took over a week of going crazy here. That's a Billy! That's a Billy! Well, 800 milli, but close enough. Thoughts on how PA fixed DP stacking? I think it's a bigger deal than people realize. It's not as big of a deal as people wanted, but I don't... Once you understand the relationship of offensive and defensive stats and how even though they all scale linearly, they're constantly taking a linear increase off of a decreasingly smaller pie. So for the people who were stacking all of those DP crystals together, it's a sizable chunk of DR they're dropping, right? And then you combine that with all the AP that we've been gaining. It's definitely going to be a net loss for sure. I think those yellow crystals had, what, 5 DR on them? Plus they stacked them with the Bond Kobe's, which had 5 DR as well. So they'd do 2 of those, and then the dark red fangs. And they'll probably still keep the dark red fangs because they're 7 DR. But, you know, if they were maxing out those other slots with the yellow DR crystals, Like, they're basically losing the Jin Kobes and those, so they're probably losing at least 20 DR, and that's a pretty sizable amount when you're talking about the extremes. That makes it much more reasonable, or much more within reach for, like, glass cannon AP builds to actually reach it. Because remember, AP is supposed to counter DR. DR is not supposed to counter AP. It's a circular system, right? Where AP counters DR, DR counters accuracy, accuracy counters evasion, evasion counters AP, right? But unfortunately, we were in a system where you could get so much DR that you could bottom out your counter, which is obviously a problem, because that means you now have no counter. That was the problem initially with evasion too, right? A long time ago. Was there wasn't enough sources of accuracy in the game, and people could get so much evasion that you could bottom out your counter. Is that a circle or a square? I guess it depends how you draw the lines. You could curve the lines and it looks like a circle. You can just do straight lines and it looks like a square. So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us probably would have wanted them to do a bit more, but because it's not going to really affect, like, the hybrid builds a whole lot, because they're not running all of that shit, right? But it will affect the people, like the Zerkers and Strikers that are running 6 DR crystals in every DR normal crystal. Like, their tankiness is definitely going to go down against full AP people. Oh, I think they can't do that right now, Raven. Especially with the way they changed how DR stacks now. That'd be crazy. Because once again, right, that's another one of those stats that you're taking, like, every time you gain 1%, you're taking 1% off of a decreasingly smaller pie. So proportionally, each percentage becomes more potent than the last. So, like, let's say if they allowed it to scale up to, what does this go up to now? 30%, I think? Can't remember. Where does it show it now? I don't even remember where it shows it. Yeah, 30%. So if they scaled it up to 40%, right? You're basically taking 10% off 70%, right? You're taking 10% off the remainder. So it wouldn't actually make you 10% tankier. It would make you more like, what is that, 13% tankier than we currently are now. And that might not sound like a lot, but your potions are offsetting a lot of that already, right? So it's about the difference after your recovery as well on top. So if you're taking 70% damage and your potions are effectively healing half of it as it's incoming, and then you take another 13% off the total, you might effectively cut the incoming damage in half. Like, there's a lot of different variables that are all contributing to your tankiness, and flat damage reduction is just, like, that's, as it raises the floor, it amplifies everything else. That's why, like, you can experience this very clearly on classes too, right? There's some classes that have 10, 20, I think some, do any have 30% damage reduction on super armors? But, like, look how tanky those classes get. Right? It just goes to show how impactful those percentages are. And for classes like that, just think of how much more another 10% would make them tankier. They would legit take 0 damage while on their feet. Yeah. So that 40%, right, is stacking additively on top of the 30% you have from your gear, so they have 70%. So if you added a way to get another 10% on top of that, they would go from 70% to 80% reduction. So that would effectively mean that they now take 33% less damage. If you gave them another 10%, they would take 33% less damage from gaining that 10% in that ability. Awakened Dosa getting a 10% nerf on SA damage reduction makes sense. Did that happen? Or did that already happen? Like, is that happening, or did it already happen? Why can't I sub with my Prime after I linked my account? I have no idea. Happened a while ago? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, they were, Dosa was obnoxiously tanky. Still is really tanky, right? It's a really comfy class to grind on. Don't worry about me, Tortoise. Worry about yourself. Damn, look at that. We're already at almost a 4.5 bill hour. We have 7 minutes left. And I started 5 minutes late into this hour, so really we have 10 minutes left. You thought we were closer than that? Doesn't matter how close we are. You don't talk about shit like that in public. You just fuck shit up when you talk about shit like that in public. And you got fucking people like Gamers Care now asking questions, wondering what's going on. If anything, you're making... that's a good way to become less friends, you know? In fact, we might be almost enemies now after that. No reason, Gamer Care. Right now, they actually have a really cool event where you should sell them. That's why so many people are selling them. I don't know, Captain. I didn't look at it. What did they change to Orbita? God damn, all these yappers in chat. What the fuck? People just spilling the beans. I'm gonna start banning people in my chat. How do you think they got their trillions manifest? You don't keep your castle by giving everybody keys to the castle, you know? We gotta move on from this conversation now. Anybody types about it again, they're actually getting timed out for 10 minutes. There we go. God, he's on top of it. Look at that. Holy. Man's already putting in the work. Oh, fuck. Damn, our drop rate is on fucking fire today. Another one. 11 crystallized, too. Like I said, I technically have 5 minutes left of this hour. Golden Tower, honestly, the difference is minuscule. Just make sure you kill the tower. That's the most important thing. Make sure you kill all 3 towers, don't die. That's about 90% of your trash. If you really want to sweat it, you can maybe pull another 10%. Well, ideally you want to kill the golem first, because killing the golem kills all the mobs, and killing the tower kills all the mobs. So killing the tower will kill the golem and kill all the mobs, so you only get one wipe, right? One sweep of the area. Where if you kill the golem first, it sweeps the area, and then you finish off the tower, and it sweeps the area again, right? Okay, that more or less finishes our hour. 5 bill in our first hour today. We got fucking carried. 3 devils and a full crystal drop. God damn. Like I said, technically it should be more, because I popped all my buffs, and then I went at one point I went to my manor to get a house buff. I was coloring my outfit for the first like 5 minutes. I actually should have got almost another full clear. You're also bad at the game, you should count that too. Better than the person yapping in my chat, so it's good enough for me. You're spastic? Congratulations. What do you want me to do about it? Exchange Tuvala for the same piece I had on try? Oh shit, you just mash R or something? That sucks. Do you think a ticket will fix it? I don't know. It's worth a try. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't put in the ticket and just see. If they say no, then you're no worse off than you already are, you know? There is no consistency with how they color circles. I think they only color circles based on to try to differentiate different attacks, where different colored circles should indicate different aspects of attacks, right? So like red should just always be bad. You could have like purple for one shots. You could have like yellow circles. Like white circles should probably always be buffs. Yellow circles could maybe be, or purple circles. Wait, did I already say purple circles? Like you could have one that also indicates that maybe an attack that ignores iframes. But PA doesn't do that. They'll just have like a boss, just have a whole bunch of different colored circles, and sometimes a certain color will be good against one boss, sometimes a certain color will be bad against another boss. Like I said, they should have like red should be damage, purple should be one shots. And then have another one that like tells you that it ignores iframes, because there should be abilities that ignore iframes. $19 more crystallized despair. Nope, what's up, Mikers? I don't know, Cootie. Almost everybody went double pen Black Star. Oh shit, did I hit auto move all? I moved the Blackstones, didn't I? Oh. Oh, did you, Valkyria? Sorry to hear that. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do today was upgrade one of my pets to a T5. Or at least one of these pets. Oh, I have plenty of old T5s, but none of them are part of this group. Must be like I want to swap to back attack crystals instead of corrupteds, because just do too much AoE damage. Sometimes I just kill the tower too quickly. Try it. Here, I'll swap it after. Fucking lightning bolt, dumb bitch. You forgot to pry. You actually hit pry and forgot to cron. Failed duo on a 321 sec back to base. Oh no. That is worse too, because it's not even like if you failed double. Oh man. Back to base and no pities to get it back to pry, right? And you consumed a stack. It's actually worse than double failing pry. I wouldn't worry about my crystals. I keep fucking around with different things. How's Wukong compared to Sage? In PvE, this Wukong's insane. Click deck and forgot to cron. Oh, Pixel. By the way, good morning, Pixel. Sorry. I didn't see earlier messages. Does Awakened Sage have more protection than Sage Suck? It looks that way when you go through all the skills, but because Suck Sage gains a super armor, a lingering super armor, every time it iframes, all of the unprotected abilities can be protected too. Suck Sage actually looks like one of the least protected classes in the game if you just read its skills. But it's actually one of the most protected classes in the game if you use that lingering super armor properly. Yeah, there's a new Global Labs patch. If you type G Labs, there's probably a G Labs command. John's usually really good at keeping that up to date. Sometimes I wonder how much crazier my PV would be if I actually swapped in, like, back attack reforms and crit reforms. Oh shit, why am I not going to the next one? Oops. How's the game for new players? Awesome. By the way, nobody told me what the Orbita changes were. PoE2 today? Damn. I wish I wasn't so sucked into BDO right now. I love PoE2. You one-tapped it back to Knob Pixel? Oh, hell yeah. Saved. Holy. I know a guy who did that too. He didn't one-tap it back, but he got it back within like the first 20 attempts. And then he ended up getting his deck shortly after too. Talk about a roller coaster of emotion, eh? Stressed to sad to recovered to excited. Yeah, well, you gotta put that energy out there, Mario. It's a fucking problem. Holy. Mario's like, ah, you're feeling good about recovering, huh? Well, how about this tidbit of information? Fuck your happiness. Fuck. I actually wanted to get a little bit closer over here. I kind of fucked this one up by stepping away from the tower. This one actually worked out fantastic. Yeah, no, they will never recover a failed enhancement. Ever. Because people could just say that all the time, right? People could be like, oh, I forgot to da-da-da-da-da every time they fail. got to be very careful of it. I personally think, though, there should be an option where if you don't have crons, it like puts a big red thing on your screen saying, because almost everything you enhance these days, you're using crons for. So there should be like a checkbox in your settings that like warn me if I'm not using crons, and it'll ask for confirmation. Where you got to type like no crons in the window if you don't want to use crons. Gotta type raw in all caps, yeah. Maybe on the new enhancement? Yeah, maybe. That'd be a good addition for that, right? Since they're apparently redoing it anyways. Yeah, they could also just make it on like certain enhancement levels and higher too, right? Make it like everything beyond pen on an accessory, or on items. Because it sucks if you were to do it on like a TED or something like that, but it's not the end of the world. Accidentally doing that shit, going for deck or oct or knob, of like that shit feels bad. At that point, you're not throwing away tens of billions of silver, you're throwing away, you know, potentially trillions of silver. Hundreds of billions to trillions of silver. What's up, Berskendo? How you doing? I feel like I need to make the tip brighter. You have crons as a modded word? Yeah, I'm aware. I'm doing pretty good, Canabar. How you doing? Don't worry about it, Howie. If you know, you know. So many non-knowers. Such a banging song. Yeah, exactly, right, Carito? That's what I'm talking about there. Like, I would rather use the wrong stack and waste one click of crons than not use crons and absolutely like go back a level, right? So if you're gonna put a warning on one of those two, you should put the warning on the crons themselves. But obviously, it should be on both. If you don't use crons, it should warn you. Howie, just a reminder, you don't keep the castle if you give away the keys to the castle. How many end times do I have already? I'm just about to round off a third 100 plus the 120, so I'm climbing to about 420. Should definitely hit 420 today. I guess we're at 407 right now. Or, sorry, 403. You say a good lynching of the current king, but let's be honest, the king isn't getting lynched. It's always you. It's always the peasants. Remember, nice guys finish last. There's a reason why that saying has long predated online gaming. Abuse quickly and often. That's another one, but I don't abide by that. I put way too much work into my account to ever step on the line of a potential ban. I am never fucking doing that. Not a goddamn chance. You almost stopped playing BDO. It took all click to go. I spent a lot for one mistake and I go back. Yeah, it's a good thing you recovered, because that is demoralizing. Yeah, that's the reality, right? In situations like this, the only way the knowers profit is because there's non-knowers. If everybody's a knower, then there is nothing to profit off of. If everyone knew they would still do it, that's true. That is true. There's still a lot that would do it. How much silver assets do I have saved right now for upgrades? I have lots. Don't worry about it. Worry about your own assets. Cost me 2.5 bill for my deck offhand though. Or sorry, 2.5 trill. Imagine if the upgraded Deep Sea, instead of getting 5 more AP, ended up getting 10% crit damage added to it. That shit would have been crazy. Yo, what's up? Hit the tank. Thankfully, it doesn't, so you don't feel forced to run in PvE. True. Big true. Because those things, like Deep Seas on their own, are already such a bitch to get. Never mind upgrading them too. I'm gonna try adjusting the tip color here. Try going with something like True Indigo. Or maybe Vivid. No. Oh no, that works. I'm perfectly fine if Wukong doesn't become the next OP class. Like 99% of the other class releases that have happened. Ontario's a province, not a city. But yeah, we get quite a bit of snow here. Especially where I am in Ontario. Ontario's huge. Ontario's probably... trying to think of a state to compare it to. I don't think it's quite as big as Texas. It looks like it on a map, but obviously because of the way a map is skewed towards the North and South Pole in size, it's kind of hard to compare. It's pretty big though. You don't want Wukong buffs because you like Wukong. You like Wukong because it might become overpowered. Wait, who are you talking to? Really? Oh shit. I would have actually thought that Texas was bigger. Never mind. Are you sure about that? Let me ask Google. Hey Google. Is Ontario bigger than Texas? So Google came up with something different for me, Cannabar, but it's actually even more in Ontario's favor. So apparently your number on Texas was right, but according to Google, it's actually 1,000,000 squared kilometers for Ontario. Canadian Google? Yeah, that must be it. Canadian Google's bias, you are. You live in Brazil, that's why you're curious about the snow? Yeah. We can get a lot of snow here. Sometimes my snowbanks, like I gotta shovel my driveway, and my snowbanks can get... There have been some years where they're 8 feet tall. They're legit higher than me. And it's a pain in the ass to pull out of my driveway. You just slowly creep out to the point where traffic can see you, and then you slowly pull ahead until you can see them too. 'I wonder if Alaska is bigger than Ontario. Hey Google. Hey Google. Is Alaska bigger than Ontario? God damn, Alaska's almost twice the size! Holy shit! 1.7 million kilometers. Alaska's fucking huge! Now ask about the Northwest Territories. Hey Google. How big are the Northwest Territories? Smaller than Alaska, apparently. That doesn't make any fucking sense. It said 1.3 million, which is like 33% smaller. Or 25% small. 20% smaller? Something like that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, maybe it's only counting landmass, because there's obviously a lot of water and stuff in the Northwest Territories. Stop talking to your Google? Yeah, is everybody's Google yapping in the background now? Here, I got a good one for you guys. Hey Google, can you order me a 12-inch dildo off Amazon? Oh shit, my phone's going. No! Cut that shit out! Oh no! Oh, I should have covered my phone microphone. Oh goddamn. What did I do? I think I stopped it in time. Canabar. At least now I have an excuse. Yeah, just clip the stream. This is why, honey. I swear. I had no idea it was arriving and it was ordered, but now that it's here, there's no point getting rid of it. I wonder if it's possible to save that last golem for this tower. Yeah, there was some type of exchange that happened for Alaska. I don't remember the specifics. Pick this up. Oh, I swapped characters. Oh. I'm actually going to take a brief AFK after this. They're back. Can't wait to get the gloves next week. And then next week I'll be saying can't wait to get the boots the following week. Like I said, we have like what, 13 more days. I want to finish off all my AP, my Han APs by then. "13 days, and I want to get at least 2 accuracy ones done too by then. So I need like 500 more by then. And I was already able to do like 420 in just over 1 week. So, should be super doable. Actually, it'll be close. Swap to the back attack crystals now. It feels like the tower's dying too late. I don't want to be spending that much more time. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to keep the back attack ones. Oh, this one shouldn't be too bad. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, maybe not. Low with that shit. Tower HP getting doubled next week. That's what it is. So it's very clear they want the golem to die first. Yeah. The thing, right? In the vast majority of cases, there's no such thing as free lunch. Is that the only thing they're doing to Orbita? Yanu? Yeah. What's up, Gunjara? Yeah, we don't want to hear how big your horse cock is, Coco. We know why all those kittens stay by your side. I even have one of your kittens as my own. I got baited into buying that pet yesterday because people told me that it was faster than the rest. And I fucking got it and it isn't. Piss me off. At least it's minus death penalty. I already had full minus death penalty pets, though. Imagine believing chat. I know, I gave you guys the benefit of the doubt one time, and I shouldn't have. I have no idea, Tross. Not really paying any attention to it. Come on, spawn them, spawn them, spawn them. How's it going, kiddo? You have fun now? I did not fail Pry again, no. Oh, yeah. When does that start, Kanjara? I gotta make sure I don't forget to do that. At 4-hour time. Can you send me a reminder later when it starts, if you don't mind? I'll just load up like Quinn or something on my side monitor. Path of Exile. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, what about him, Kanjar? You can gather the wands? What? Like you just get them randomly while gathering? They must be kind of rare then, though. Because how much are each of those effectively worth, right? If they're 500, then they're equivalent to one of the big crystals. The cheaper big crystals, so that makes them like, what, 100 mil? No, 250 is the min price of those, plus an essence. That's like a third of a bill. Digging and water scooping? Oh, except digging and water scooping. I was about to say, am I AFK digging? Wait a minute. Fuck, oh, I got 2. Let's go. I should have been able to get 3 if I was paying more attention. Aren't the things that get 500 essences, isn't the floor 250 mil, or is the floor 100 mil? I thought it was like 5 mil, 50 mil, and then 250 mil. I'm referring to the light stones. No, I'm not talking about the stones themselves, I'm talking about the cost of making them. Assuming you buy like a min price 500 lightstone, 500 fragment lightstone. I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure the largest lightstones that give you 500 fragments, which is how much you need for one wand, the floor for those is 250 mil, isn't it? Or is it 100 mil? Yes, I'm aware what the recipe is, Weird Pete. You don't understand what I'm asking. Okay, I'm not asking if they're sold out. It's 250. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the floor price, right? What's the bare minimum if you're trying to make it yourself and not gather it? What's the bare minimum input cost? And like half these people in chat are all over the place. I thought it was 250. So you take that plus the 100 mil essence. The traces of nature are negligible. I mean, that's like what? Maybe 3? Are traces of nature 100k? I can't remember. Those are negligible though. But it's really the 1 essence and the 500 magical lightstones, which is the majority of the cost. That's a pretty good buff for gathering. I wonder how common they are. Or uncommon they are. I doubt they're common. But if you could get like even 2 of those an hour, that's a pretty big buff to gathering. And it also makes me wonder, if you get the mini game, can you get 10 of them? Or maybe you can only get them like 1 randomly from the mini games, just like the Wild Millennial Ginseng. It can multi-proc? Okay. So that's the hedgehog that's proccing that. Has anybody managed to get like 10 of them from a minigame? Capped at 2? What do you mean capped at 2? I thought you could use 6 of them because they go into your pre-on slots. They're the only thing that go in your pre-on slots. There is an issue where you can obtain multiple wand on crystal FXP items once gathering. This issue will be fixed on September 4th. If you receive more than one, all extras will be removed, except for the one you should have got. If you no longer have the items, the equivalent amount of silver will be deducted. Ah, that's what you were talking about. The fucking big old wall of text hit me and I just missed it. I skimmed right over it. Reading. See, another classic case BDO players can't read. That's me, chat. That's me. Yeah, what are they going to calculate the price off of? Imagine you're gathering like crazy and you sell like a ton of them at like 200 mil, but then they go up to 300 mil and then they subtract all of the crystals you sold at 300 mil a pop. You end up losing more silver than you gain. I wonder if they'll track it based off the each individual sale or the current price when they do the fix. Six more. Oh, and a double belt. I mean, it's not really a punishment. You're losing silver you shouldn't have. You're not losing silver you should have had, right? That's a correction. That's not a punishment. At least that's how I view it. Now, it does become a punishment, though. Like I said, if you end up selling them at, like, let's say 100 mil a pop, and then they go up to 300 mil, and then they're like, oh, this person sold 20 crystals. We're going to subtract 6 bill. You know? Then now you're losing more silver than you got from it, and that's a punishment. They should definitely make sure they don't do that. Yeah. Well, I can tell you exactly why, right? This is the double-edged sword of having global releases. Previously, KR gets all these bugs, they have to deal with it, and they used to bitch and complain because, you know, we'd bitch and complain that we don't get content early, but they'd bitch and complain because they felt like the test server. Well, now, we're all the test server, right? This is the side effect of having a global release. Mr. Streamer, how do you make it so when you're in stream and you're in a Discord call, others can't? You need to, you got to set it up in OBS. Honestly, there's a ton of guides. I don't really feel like trying to explain how to do all of it, go to YouTube and literally just copy and paste what you typed into my chat. How do you make it so when you stream and you're in a Discord call, others can't be heard on stream? Like, legit, copy and paste that into Google and you'll get your answer. There's like 1,000 videos on YouTube about how to do stuff like that. And it can be extended to anything too, right? It'll basically teach you the basics of how to separate your audio. And then, like, anytime you want to separate audio. Yeah, you mad. Mad 'cause bad. Oh shit, did I finish it? Ah, fuck, I had a feeling that Radiant was gonna finish it. My little lady witch with my brain dead APM was grinded. APM grind was nerfed, yeah. Hey, if you want a big lady with brain dead APM grind, you pick up that Guardian. Ooh-wee! That's what we talking about. I did about 10 minutes on Guardian, and it was super comfy. It was super comfy, but you know me. I love my Sage way too fucking much. She doing well? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident every class can pull the baseline like 14.5k here. Unless you are just grossly undergeared for this spot. This spot is pretty capped. Like, there's a little bit of difference. Like, maybe, like, some classes can get sweaty and pull a bit more, but the deviation is very small compared to what we've seen at spots in the past. The only thing you really have to tank is be mindful of is the laser beam at nighttime, Kanjar. But yeah, the Guardian was super comfy. Suckwitch pulls 15.6. Yeah, that's like the upper peak. You should range anywhere between 14.5 to like 15.5k. Between like comfy classes that are slower and the classes that are sweating their ass off. Like I said, there's very small deviation in this spot. That's small compared to what you would see in a lot of other spots over this game's history. The biggest deviation when it comes to grinding now between classes is how comfortable they are. How at risk you are of dying. That's a much bigger difference. A much bigger factor, I should say. Yeah, there's no way he's pulling 17k with just a yellow. That man's gonna have to upload a video to prove that shit because nobody's pulling that high. Everybody I talk to, the people that actually sweat the grind, are struggling. They're trying their damnedest to get to the 16k mark. So there ain't no way he's pulling a full 1,000, over 1,000 higher than they are. That man's doing some fun rounding, that's what he's doing. What he's probably doing is he's timing how long it takes him to do one rotation, and then he's just averaging that out over the course of an hour, which is obviously you shouldn't be doing, because there's no guarantee you're going to be getting the full you know, you don't get that full payout until you get that Titan at the end. The Titan is such a massive chunk of your loot. So if you're averaging your rotation and then dividing it into the hour and being like, oh, okay, well, this leftover remaining is worth, you know, 66% of a full rotation, so I'm just going to add that in. It's like, well, no, it doesn't work that way. I could see him potentially, if he's rounding that way, or averaging that way, how he thinks he's coming up to 17. But there's no way he's doing a video that actually is 17. I would have to see it to believe it. Yeah, what do you mean double pillar spot? Shit, maybe there's a spot I don't know about. Yo, what's up, Mr. Unleaf? How you doing today? You guys really like fucking over new players, eh, Unleaf? Or fucking over people who don't pay attention. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely terrible decision to give everybody 3 horse costumes before making them chronable, because you know the vast majority of the population isn't going to know that. You should have made them chronable first and then gave them to everybody, because at that point then everybody would know, or the vast majority of people would know. But all the people that are now selling them are going to realize later down the road when that change comes in that they got fucked. Because you guys did that shit in a terrible order. I don't know whose plan it was to do that, but that was a terrible plan. Is it bad that you opened them? No, you'll still be able to chron them, I'm sure. But there's tons of people selling them not knowing that they're going to be chronable. How many crons you get from a set? It'll be the same ratio as costumes, so... And each horse box is approximately worth half as much as a costume, so you could assume half the crons. Yeah. At the very bottom of the patch notes, in the giant wall of text at the bottom, there was a tiny little line that said, horse boxes or horse costumes will become chronable. And they did this at the same time they gave everybody 3 horse boxes. So everybody's like, ooh, 3 billion silver, sick, I'll sell these boxes. And they don't realize that they're effectively worth more if they save them to extract them. It was a terrible idea to do these things separately. They should have made them chronable first. And then everybody would have known, because it would have been official, and then given people the boxes, and then they would actually know how to effectively use them. Well, it doesn't matter why they're given. The fact of the matter is a lot of people are selling them now and getting rid of them, and they don't realize what their true value is. So you guys can do all that yapping all you want, but the fact of the matter exists that tons of players are selling them right now because they have no idea. So you can cope on it all you want, but the reality is the reality. A lot of people are getting fucked right now because you guys decided to do that shit in a bad order. What do you mean in case of a change? I mean, you could have just easily announced it, right? You should know your player base, right? Like you community managers are obviously failing if you think people are reading the... People don't even read the top of the patch notes 99% of the time. You think people are going to read the bottom of the patch notes? Cope all you guys want. The reality is the reality. People are selling them right now, so you can act like people aren't, but they clearly are. Take a look at how many have sold. That was a big middle finger to those people. I mean, I profit from it. A lot of the people who do read that shit are going to grossly profit from that shit. But that doesn't change the fact that all the people who have no idea are going to get fucked. Or feel fucked by it. They won't read the patch notes when they become chronable. Hey, you know what? That's partially true. Actually, maybe it said it already. Yeah, it doesn't matter why you gave the costumes. It matters what's happening to the costumes down the road. You already typed that. Yes, people are being compensated for a fuck-up. Or whatever it was. Sure, I mean, that's a good thing, right? People should get compensated when you guys fuck up. But their fuck-up, or their compensation is... They're now being shortchanged for their compensation because of a future change that's coming, and they're selling them preemptively, not knowing about that future change. Unless everybody's wrong and they're not going to be chronable, right? Are those costumes not going to be chronable, and now all the people who are investing in them are getting fucked? Just because you give a gift doesn't mean you can't be more transparent. And that's the thing, is technically they are being transparent, but they should know their community, right? They should know when something like that is buried at the bottom of the patch notes. The vast majority of people aren't going to see it. And that's a very important change. That's a transfer of wealth to the rich people who pay attention of literally, it can be trillions of silver. You guys can be more clear about it, Laffy. Don't fucking sit here and pretend like you guys couldn't be more clear about that. You couldn't have made it more well known than some tiny little note in the bottom of the patch notes. Like, are you guys seriously pretending that right now? Shut up. I'm not mad. But it is bad. It was a bad thing to do. And it was a very easily avoidable thing. There's legit people who overnight, in 24 hours, are earning trillions of silver worth of wealth. Yeah, because I raised my voice, it doesn't mean I'm yelling. You need to grow some thicker skin there. Stupid tent. Stay closer. Oh yeah, I know Odis. And I bought some too. Just because I benefit from it doesn't mean that I can't recognize that it's a shitty thing to do. And they clearly didn't intend to do that, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't a fuck up. Top up loot scroll? Yo, appreciate you guys. I don't know, maybe it's... I don't remember reading the mail that we got the costumes with. Maybe I should check my VOD from earlier. But, it could have said in that mail, assuming it didn't. It also could have been, like, at the top of the patch notes, or in the patch notes. Wherever it said you were getting the compensation, it could have had, like, a big disclaimer in bold text saying, these will become chronable in the future, right? Like, shit like that. You're never going to capture everybody, right? There's always going to be people who don't read. But they could have done a lot more to make sure people were aware. A tiny line at the bottom of the notes. Unless I missed it somewhere, which, I mean, maybe is completely possible. Unless it's hiding somewhere else. Or, sorry, it was in plain sight and I scrolled past it. Oh yeah, so I just actually had it DM'd to me, right? It said right in the mail that they sent to everybody. It didn't even say anything about them being chronable in the future. Like they could have done a lot more. Is it good? Yeah, I love my Voltarian. But it was a gift, yeah. There are legit people up trillions of silver because of that, right? Like, individually, the people who sell it, they're only down a little bit, but there's a massive transfer of wealth, a funneling to the people who knew, right?
Have you ever had a dream that
Yo, Professor Sensei.
you could go do
Can you unban horse now? Yeah. It was a fun meme. Is it hard to get? Not really. More time consuming. You typically have to do uncapped PvP content to get the bulk of the materials. If the only way if you don't do uncapped PvP is through doing like your C10, 8, 9, and 10 bosses. And it takes a pretty long time to do it that way. It takes like over a year, assuming you get 5 every week from bosses. It takes like what, 60 weeks, right? Because I think the max you can get is 5 a week. Yeah, the horse gear being chronable. Like, these two things by themselves are fantastic, right? Giving people compensation for something that was in the game, fantastic. Making horse gear costumes chronable, fantastic, right? Both things make sense on their own. It's just doing the same thing, doing both of them at the exact same time. Or not even doing both of them at the exact same time, but giving everybody the costumes and then putting a little line at the bottom of the patch note saying that they will become chronable. Just means that the vast majority of the people who get them are going to sell them initially. So the knowers are going to be up trillions of silver. I personally, I don't know. Maybe you guys feel differently, but I think that's bad practice. You'll always have the knowers benefit, right? But like that is a massive benefit. It is, like I said, legit trillions of silver you can be up. Thanks, Kiki. What can I say? I'm a man of the people. Oh, it's definitely something they should learn from, right, Mario? That's my point. I mean, it is what it is at this point. What are they going to do? Punish people? Are they going to take away costumes or silver? Like, no, obviously not. But they could have done a lot to mitigate, right? Like I said, in the email, call it email. In the mail in game, it could have said, like in big bold text, these will become chronable. They could have spaced it out too. Like what they could have done is just give everybody their horse costumes, but not say anything about them becoming chronable in the future. And then nobody would know, nobody would benefit from it, and then just randomly drop it, right? Like, normally they do that with costume price increases, too. They don't give you, like, months of notice. But that's typically not something... People who only hoard what they currently have benefit from it. There's not really a transfer of wealth that happens there, right? Just an inflation of wealth. Which costume price increases shouldn't be retroactive either, obviously. But that's a tricky one, because there's so many costumes in the game, and if they don't make them retroactively increase, that means every time they do a price increase, they have to make new items for every single costume, which, whew, that's a fucking task. Yeah. You could potentially do like a token system. Yeah, and then all they have to do is change the token, right? But then I guess you still just hoard costumes. You don't exchange them to tokens, so it's not an easy thing to address. Oh yeah. How much you guys want to bet? I mean, I'm not going to mention any names, but I bet you there's going to be some streamers who, you're going to see a lot of silver missing from their storages. Now, whether or not they talk about how many horse boxes they bought. Like I said, though, don't hate the player, hate the game. There's no reason to be mad at them, right? Absolutely no reason. They better don't roll the servers back? Oh, they won't. Have they ever rolled the servers back? There's no way they would do that. The problem with rolling the servers back is you can tremendously fuck people doing that. Just imagine if they did roll the servers back 24 hours and anybody who got like a deck weapon, got lucky with a deck weapon in the last 24 hours. Well, nope, sorry, you gotta start over. Good luck getting lucky again. Or vice versa, people who got unlucky. Now they just get all their money refunded. Like, they obviously don't roll back servers for very obvious reasons. It would have to be something really extreme happening for them to ever roll back. What happened, TLDR? Don't feel like starting over. Yeah, not even with the mapping. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, it would have to be an extremely egregious issue for them to ever consider rolling back the servers. And this definitely isn't one of them, right? This is just something where PA can learn from it. TLDR, people should read patch notes. I mean, the TLDR for PA is they shouldn't have done both these things at the same time. Or done them in a different order. Like I said, make the boxes chronable first. Or just not put it in the patch notes. There's no benefit for them putting it in the patch notes. They could have just been like, yeah, we'll just randomly drop it on everybody that these things will be chronable. Because if they didn't put in the very bottom of the patch notes that they would become chronable, then everybody probably would have sold them. Some people would have saved them. Worst case scenario, the people who did sell them are down, you know, the 30% of value or 40% of value the crons are worth. Everybody who sold them is down that very small amount, right? Like, what would that be? 1 billion silver? But you wouldn't have this situation where people are up trillions of silver. That's enough yapping. Let me hear the music. You like this song? How many horse sets I got? None of your business. They could just decrease the amount of crons that you get from extracting them. I mean, they can do stuff like that, but I don't know if they should. Like I said, I'm not advocating for punishing of the people who are taking advantage of PA's lack of communication in this regard and doing these two things at once, right? I just think PA would benefit from learning from this situation. Hey, you can leave, Jav. You're the one sitting here. If you don't like the conversation, you can just click that X and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. See you later, fella. You're choosing to sit here and listen. PA learning? Hey. PA, I know a lot of you guys hate on PA, and I'm not mad at PA. I just want them to always be trying to do better, and I do actively believe that they are always trying to do better. I'm not a PA hater, but this was definitely a fuck up. He just reported me? Yeah. He told me to leave. Twitch, this streamer told me to leave because I didn't like what he was talking about. Oh my god. Ban him! Ban him! Man, there's a lot of thin-skinned bitches on the internet these days. Holy, how do they survive? How do they make it in the real world? How do you see he reported? No, he just typed that he reported me. I know exactly what Twitch is going to do with it. They're going to go LOL, and it's going to go right into the trash bin. Because that's an absolutely ridiculous thing to ever report somebody over. Hope he stubs on a table and then steps on a Lego. You better be careful. You're going to get banned wishing that on anybody. That's fucked up. Okay, he's just a little upset. We don't need to wish that on him, Shadow Slug. Just kidding? Okay, good. Yeah, he was talking about in-game. In-game. The helmet skin? This is the Adana helmet. And the Adana armor. And then I paired it up with the Osaberi gloves and boots for now. Until I get the Adana ones. Jenga blocks? Oh my goodness. Hopefully they had slightly rounded corners. Although I think that'd be bad for Jenga, so probably not. Oh, I need to make some lunch. I'm kind of hungry. Maybe that's my problem. I'm just hangry. Anybody have a Snickers? Go eat a bell pepper? You keep it up, I'm gonna stuff a bell pepper straight down your throat, Valo, in game, of course. Some yogurt? Ooh, you know what? We might have some yogurt. Problem is, if I eat the yogurt, then the kids are gonna want some yogurt, and then the wife's gonna come home and there's gonna be no yogurt, and then there's just gonna be trouble from there. Oh, goddamn! What the hell hit me in the back there? Holy, did they crit on me? That was actually kind of dangerous. I'm like 7K Kaffers for myself offhand, tempted to sell the Blessed Soul Fragment because 9.5 bill, but I need it for my Vels. Yeah, don't sell anything you're ever gonna want to buy back, because then all you're doing is unnecessarily taxing yourself, right? You're now gonna make it like once you get taxed on that, you got to grind up an extra bill and a half to get back to where you were. Not worth it. Not worth it to try to rush something. Go do the double pillar? What's the double pillar? This is the second time I've heard of it. What's this double pillar shit? Do you know when the horse costume change comes out? No, it just said in the bottom of the patch notes that in the future these will be able to be turned into crons. South of me, okay. No, I think they disabled the whole paint thing because I guess it wasn't working properly. I don't know the specifics behind that. Two spots by each other. The further south one, two pillars out of order. You can hit both at once. Oh wait, is it called the two pillar spot just because the two pillars are close to each other and you can hit two at once? Well, that doesn't really make a difference. The spot is determined by how many of these waves you get. You actually don't want to kill two pillars at once, because then you're gonna miss out on that one auto kill. Yeah, I remember it was like not even an hour after the servers came up, and I saw some people, or maybe it was just one person in Alliance chat being, "Thank you, Paint," and then they were linking like a treasure item they had already got. So maybe it was just like super common at first. You see nothing, chat? You see nothing? That's right, 300 mil from that man's pocket straight into mine. This is the worst change ever. Give them crons. No, I never said worst change ever. I think they're fantastic changes. It's just the communication could have been better. I can disagree with something and benefit from it at the same time. Remember, nice guys finish last. Oh, yoink. But they do finish. I'm a nice guy, and I finished pretty fast, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, they gave everybody in the game 3 of them, right? Or a ridiculous amount of people 3 of them. If you take a look at how many of those have sold over the last 24 hours, it's kind of nuts. Okay, just one second. I'm going to go make some lunch, you guys. I'll be right back. Can we cron those? You will be able to eventually. If you... Here, let me show you. Where is it? Ariel. right? So if you go to updates and you go to the latest patch notes and you scroll down, there's no, nothing there. Okay, nothing. Warrior changes, class changes, blah 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 blah. Changes. You know, all the stuff everybody's interested in, they're changing. Okay. Stuff, more stuff. You know, you get some more class changes. They're talking about the paints. They're talking about this, the life skill crystals. No, I'm making a point here. This is part of the point, backpack. And then they're showing all this stuff. You know, all the stuff people are interested in, the changes that are happening. You know, people are reading through this, trying to find out. They're scrolling down. They're like, okay, oh, look at that. Some monsters are being changed too. Cool. Look at that. Oh, look. Quest, knowledge, NPC background. Oh, cool. Use some UI changes. Fantastic. Scrolling down. Oh, shit. Look at this. Change. Added. Life skill. Blah, 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 blah. Change topic. Modified or changed. Okay, now we get the wall of text. Krog, fix issue. Orbita, Hazana, have Aetheron, Nymphomari, Orbita, Dana, fix issue. Okay, you know, clearly every single person reads every single one of these notes, right? Scroll down, fix issue. Oh no, this has to do with branding. Idana, line, fix issue. You know, clearly every player's reading all this. Fix issue, adventures, fix issue, remove, fix issue, fix issue. Da, da, da. Oh, here we go. Here it is, you guys. Fix an issue where the mount skill gain chance. Blah, 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 blah. After this patch, the effect will only apply to horse gear equipped with Pearl horse gear set. 3 Pearl horse gear sets have been distributed to all adventures. And a feature allowing you to extract cron stones will be added in a future update. Yeah, surely every player is going to read that, right? Look at that. Oh, no, there's just fucking buried in there. Couple of those issues haven't been fixed either. So, like, Laffy and Lave, I love you guys. Don't think I'm mad at you guys, but this was terrible. This could have been communicated so better because there are people who are going to benefit from this legit trillions of silver. Because I promise you, like, the majority of the people in my chat had no idea. And that's like, I bet you could go to every stream, you could go anywhere and ask. The most people just said, oh, cool, 3 billion silver, I'm going to sell these. Hell yeah, thank you, PA. And it's not an issue that each individual player is losing, you know, whatever the conversion of crons would be, right? Because obviously, Pearl crons are more efficient than vendor crons. Individually, each player is down like, what, 1 billion silver? It's not really that big a deal on the individual level of what people are losing. But allowing people to gain legit trillions of silver because they know and they're just fucking scooping up all those costumes, it just could have been communicated better. It is what it is. And don't hate the players that are benefiting from it, right? But they could have communicated that way better, right? Like in this message here, I don't have all of them, but in this email that everybody got, for example, right? I keep saying email. They could have put big bold text at the top of this saying, in the future, horse costume boxes will be chronable. Now, that still would have stopped a ton of people. A ton of people still would have missed it. You could have had a font that was 10 times bigger than everything else, and people still would have missed it. But they could have tried more, right? Yeah, tons of people didn't know about it. And the only reason why people could benefit, okay, technically it's not trillions, but it's still a fuckload of silver, Williams. So, like, let's not be ridiculous here. Yes, maybe I shouldn't exaggerate so much, but it's still an absurd amount of silver, an absurd amount of grind hours that people won't have to do, right? And I'm benefiting from it, obviously. I'm going to benefit less from it now that I'm telling everybody. But at this point, you know the bulk of all those things were sold within the first 24 hours. People logging in, getting them, selling them. They just could have been more transparent about the whole thing. And I just hope that this is a lesson learned for the future. Because you know what? You know what they could have done? Where is it? Can't find it. They could have just left this line out of there. And then nobody knew. And then nobody could benefit from it, right? People would still get punished by selling it, but there wouldn't be people who are collecting 500 billion silver. Are you happy now, Williams? How many did you buy before telling the news? I told people as soon as I could on stream today, but not immediately, not the first hour. I wanted to wait till I got more people in here. I did turn off my redeems because I don't want to explain why. Then the Twitch texts are gonna pop in, and I don't feel like dealing with them either. Okay, but I'll be right back, chat. Should you sell the horse costumes? They will be worth more in the future when you convert them to crons. And everybody needs crons, so no, you shouldn't sell them. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go make that lunch I was talking about. I'm hungry. Yo, chat, I'm back. By the way, you guys, the only reason why I'm making mention of this too is because PA tries really hard all the time to make sure that there isn't situations like this, right? Every time they're about to do something, like announce something on Global Lab or at like a Heidel Ball or something, they lock the market, right? They will delist items, stuff like that, to try to prevent situations like this from happening. They don't try hard enough. I actually think they do, in general, a pretty good job. I think in general they do a pretty good job. But this slipped through the cracks, right? I don't want to talk about how much I got. You already asked me once. Don't worry about it. Like I said, because I'm making, I'm not going to say I'm not making a deal out of this. I'm obviously making a deal out of this because I want PA to learn from this. And because I'm making a deal, it doesn't matter how many I have. If I have a lot of them, then people are going to say, oh, well, he benefited from this. He's a hypocrite. He shouldn't have done it. And if I don't have a lot of them, then people are going to say, oh, well, he's just upset because he didn't buy a bunch. No matter what, it's a lose-lose. So just don't worry about how many I have. Yeah. Mm. Oh, EU players. Some EU players who knew, like you guys obviously have a harder time getting vendor or caution crons. There are some happy campers over there. That is for sure. And like I said, don't be mad at people for buying them, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, don't hate it either. I mean, hate's a strong emotion. It's not worth hating anything over. It's just a game. But if PA never put any effort into making sure that situations like this didn't happen, then I wouldn't care because it'd be just par for the course. But I do see PA constantly try to prevent situations like this from happening. So this one slipped through the cracks, right? And I think it should be brought to their attention. I wanted to see your manager. What is it, Karen? Is it kind of looking like a Bob? You know, I was wondering. I wonder how the Orzeka looks like with this. Not Orzeka, sorry. Nothing to see here, chat. Oh, that might not be too bad. Only problem is if I dye it to glow the same, it's gonna look fucking stupid. Where is it? I completely forgot what I did where. Yeah, there we go. See, now the problem if I do this, then it's the face mask. This helmet actually still looks pretty cool with this, too. This actually is... I could definitely tidy up the dye job a bit. But this helmet actually goes kind of cool with the armor. Better Twitch TV does it, John. And you probably already have Better Twitch TV, right? Yep, Better Twitch TV. So if you click the little cogwheel at the bottom of the chat, click the Better Twitch TV settings, and it opens up a window, right? Right there at at the very beginning, it has auto claim, and you just turn them on. I don't think they're on by default. Yep. No, that's a good point, Captain, right? There's a lot of people who already, like, they don't have a lot of resources left over because they have a lot to work on right now, right? So, yeah, definitely rich get richer. And like I said, I'm going to say this 1,000 times. The only reason I'm making mention of it is because it's not par for the course for PA. It happens, and it's never going to be perfectly preventable. But like every Heidel ball and Calpheon ball, when they're announcing something new about items that might become usable, they usually lock the market and they delist items, right? So if you have those items listed, they end up back in your storage. So they will actively try to stop transfers of wealth like this from happening. Now people still get to benefit from it, but the nice thing about everything being automatically sold, like, I'm trying to think of a good example of an item. When something is delisted and the market is locked, as soon as the market becomes available, all of a sudden everybody who's trying to quickly make a buck will all put orders at max. So if you go to sleep that morning and you had an item listed and then you wake up and the item's no longer listed and it's in your storage, that, for one, you're immediately going to be like, huh, that's weird. I could have swore I listed that. And then when you go to sell it, all of a sudden, instead of there being 10,000 sitting at min price, there's 10,000 orders of people trying to get it. That's like your giant red flag. Okay, wait a minute. Something probably happened with this item. I know. This outfit looks so cool. I'm actually so happy with this. And it's not even an outfit, man. It's just the armor. Pretty soon we're all going to be looking the same. Everybody's going to be running around with their Adana armors. It's not going to be cool anymore because we're all going to look cool. And if everybody looks cool, then nobody looks cool. No, the real question, Chaos, how much horse gear do you have? Because I know you're a rich bitch. Yeah. Rich get richer, chap. Yeah. I always look cool to you? Shit. What are we eating, boss? Cheese, pepperoni, and a couple Ritz crackers. Yeah. If I kill all the pillars and the middle, I get no Titan. Did I bug the spot? I guess so. I've only recently truly come to realize how true the rich get richer saying is IRL. Started doing some financing stuff for my parents after they sold their old house and checked out the possible investment ideas. Compound interest is such a scary thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, let's get back to the grind. How are we doing? Oh, we need 3 more crystallize. Oh, I thought that was one of the big ones for a second. Like the big ones. Let's see. Approximately 6,000 horse costumes got sold on NA in the last 24 hours. When do you think they'll make them chronable? I'm assuming in like 2 weeks or something. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Two years? Yeah, could you imagine? That would actually be funny. I'll be honest though, I hope that they don't end up doing something like making it so like all the ones that were given away can't be turned into crons. Or that they just turn into the equivalent silver value of vendor crons. I hope they don't do that because I'll have pissed a lot of people off. Oh, shit, thank you. Like, the reality is, it is what it is, right? Yeah. Well, the thing is they can't make them not chronable, because you would actually punish those people just for reading, which isn't fair, right? So the only thing you could do is just make sure that they get just like the equivalent, like if they were to do something, like you shouldn't punish those people, just make sure they get the equivalent of the silver they invested. But I don't think that they would or should necessarily do that, right? They should just make sure next time that they're doing something like this, just make sure that they're more transparent about it. Or less transparent. But this barely transparent is what created the issue, right? Like, if they wanted to put that note in the patch notes, then nobody would have batted an eye. It would have been just like, whatever. And then later down the road, we would have got the cron change. And everybody retroactively would have been like, oh yeah, those 3 costumes they gave us. I guess we should have saved those. And that would have been it, right? They should have made them chronable in the same patch they gave them out. I actually don't think that would have changed much either. I think it might have been a little bit better, but I think most people, or a lot of people, still would have just sold them not knowing. That certainly would have been a little bit better. Hoarders are the true winners, yeah. Well, the people who can afford to hoard, right? The people who can afford to have billions or trillions of silver hanging around right after a content release that's supposed to suck a lot of silver out of people's inventories. They're the real winners. I bet there's a ton of people out there who would have loved to capitalize off this, but just didn't have silver left over because they spent it all on their, you know, their weapon. Or their offhand, I mean. No, they didn't spit in our faces. Spitting in your faces is intent, right? They definitely didn't spit in your face. Spitting in your face, saying they spat in your face implies that they did it on purpose. I do not think they did it on purpose. Let's see. On costumes, there's a market play price and a cron amount right below. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that would be a kind of a flag right there, right? Well, I guess that's only when you mouse over it, though. More people would have definitely noticed, for sure. I think it would have been better off if they just didn't say anything, though. If they just didn't say anything about them being cronable in the future. That should have been just something that was randomly dropped. Just all of a sudden, you look in the patch notes for that day and it's in there and you're like, oh shit. Oh, look at that, it does, yo! What, a loser bot? Yeah, not even a real bot. Tragic. Oops. Enslar coming. I'm coming for that ass. Ooh, let's go. I like the Enslar fight a lot. I think they're getting much better at doing bosses and stuff. I would like the bosses to be a bit more challenging though, but these are the first 3 bosses, so I'm hoping like they do get progressively harder as we work our way up to the 10th boss. People are being so dramatic about this. Just grind and start buying. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Like I said, I just want PA to, you know, I just think that they should be aware, because it's clear that they make an effort to prevent these things from happening. It's definitely not worth being mad at anybody about. Because on an individual level, like, you guys are only down 1 billion silver, right? If you sold your costumes, you're down 1 billion silver, it's not a big deal. And being mad at people for profiting, you know, hundreds of billions of silvers, whatever. You know, at that point, it's just jealousy. So I don't think it's worth being mad at anybody for doing, right? It's just something I want PA to be aware about. So in the future, when they're doing another change like this, you know, maybe they think about how doing both of these things at the same time. Like, just think, if they didn't, like, why both at the exact same time? Like, they could have announced weeks ago that they were going to make horse costumes chronable. But it just happened to coincidentally be the exact same patch that they gave everybody 3 horse costumes. Or maybe not everybody. I guess there must have been some requirement for it, right? Because it was supposed to be compensation for something. I don't even remember what it was compensation for. Is there anybody in chat who didn't get them? Where'd I get the helmet? From doing the new content. Horse costumes are now chronable? Not yet, no, but they will be. My title? Wait, what's my title? I think it said for accounts created before last week. Oh, for the getting the 3 things? So that would be everybody then, basically, right? Damn, we cooking with the debos. We are cooking with debos today. One costume was applied to 4 horses. Oh. What if you had 4 costumes? Oh yeah, I need to change my title. Yeah. There we go. Grinding for the end times. Maybe it gave a zillion XP? No. Yeah. Exactly a zillion. And you know that number's big, because Z is at the end of the alphabet. It might in fact be the biggest number. Will make bloody chronable? That will make bloody. I don't know what you mean by bloody. Will make bloody. Now, will they... Oh yeah. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, there is that costume where people will buy it. I swear it's the same ones getting traded around because people are like, "Ooh, a costume," and they buy it, and then they realize they can't cron it, and then they sell it, and then some new sucker buys it. I was one of those suckers one time. It was awful. It was awful. I was that sucker once. I bet a lot of us have been at least once. It is weird that that outfit isn't chronable, though. For currently unknown reasons. Because you know what the worst part is? When you sell that costume back, it gets the full 35% tax. It's not affected by value pack or that shit, right? Or maybe it is affected by merchant ring, but it's definitely not affected by the value pack. Luckily, I'm pretty sure that outfit's only worth a bill, so, you know, you're down like a few hundred mil. Yeah, it's 5%. And it's 5% multiplicative on the remainder too, right? So it ends up working out. I think it's what, like a 3.75% increase? Or is it 3.5? I can't remember the exact number. But that might not seem like a big deal. But with some items, like the margin might be 1%, 2% profit, right? So by getting 3.75% more silver, you're like tripling your profit off of items where the margins are really tiny. Or it might be the difference between some markets actually being profitable and some not, right? Shoot, didn't realize I was on tower killing phase. I thought I was in between. Huh? Okie dokie. Just remember Natasha's going before dinner, so you should probably be back, or she should probably be back by 4. Okay? Generally higher value for life skillers, yeah, and the people who are enhancing too, right? Like that, the increase in those margins when enhancing for people like Biohack and Salt. I know Biohack had the merchant ring. I don't know if Salt did, but it was super beneficial to those guys too. wait, why am I not focusing the golem first? Getting sloppy. The best weapon crystals. Are you talking about reforms? Yeah, generally the only variance is, does your class need crit chance or not? Because if your class really needs crit chance and is starved for it, then crit reforms are really important for you. Where some classes, they already have like a ton of crits, so they don't need to worry about those. The rest in general are pretty standard, right? AP, BSR recovery, crit damage, back attack is usually like the four of the most popular. If you're an evasion build, then you typically want the evasion reforms. Yeah, I saw that clip yesterday. I believe it was a 100 stack though. He was trying to make a bunch of tets, and yeah, he went to click for another tet, but accidentally put a tet he just hit in there and went for pin, but ended up getting it. At first I didn't understand the clip, because I'm like, why is this man trying to make Penturos? Is there even money in that? And why is he using such a low stack? I understand that Turos aren't worth a lot, and you're not going to exactly use a 300 stack for that, but it seemed odd, and then I realized, oh, this is actually him going for Tet and accidentally hitting Pen. Yeah, you can't remove the ones you don't want to use. You can extract them and they get destroyed, but yeah, you can't get them back. It's not a big deal for most reforms. Most reforms are min price, not a big deal. But like for the crit and the back attack ones, I think both of those are max price. Plus AP probably is too. I wish we had a reform bag, though. You could just buy like 3 of each reform stone, put them all in your bag, and then, you know, swap them around like you do with crystals. Or let us use the crystal extraction tools to also extract reforms and preserve them. But that's kind of annoying to do. You don't just get bored doing this all day? Most of my enjoyment comes from just the chat, with the dialogue I have with chat. What's been similar to me is sitting around a table with all the homies and just shooting the shit. You wouldn't call that a waste of time, right? I mean, not a waste of time, but boring. I mean, if you're enjoying the company of the people that you're chatting with. Oh, hit 100. Let's go. Yeah. If I wasn't streaming, I would have to find people who are active in Discord all the time to chat with. And if I couldn't find that, then there's no way I would sit here and grind nearly as much as I do. So you enjoy us? I do. We have a very abusive relationship. You guys hate watch me. I hate entertain you. At the end of the day, though, we all need each other. We'd all be sad if we didn't have each other to enjoy or to hate. I am going to go make my new Han. What, Bruce? The hell did you just say to me? Okay, we need magical... Nope. Aren't they called magical? Yeah, they are. There we go. I think we need 500 of these. We need 100 of these. Actually, I'm going to need 110 of these. I'm also going to need 100 of these. And Oh no, I needed 50. Oh no, it's 100. There we go. Oh, it's 300 magical shards. Ew. So 200 more of those. This is my third, yeah. I really want to get 6 of them as soon as possible. And then get at least one evasion one made. Or sorry, one accuracy one made. And then go back to working on a variety of different lightstones. Did I pop 10 buffs or just loot scroll? I mean, we had a 100% drop rate buff for who knows how long. I didn't need a tent buff there. But when I did need the drop rate, I did pop a tent buff, yeah. Extract, crystal. Did I click the right one there? I would definitely do your lightstone set first. Like, if you PvP, do whatever lightstone set you use for PvP the most first. Then work on your Hans. Then go back to, you know, the alternate lightstone sets you use. Love you, kiddos. See you in a bit. Remember, you're getting picked up before dinner tonight, right? How much horse skill you got, Sash, so far? Don't worry about it. Like I said, I just finished roasting PA about it. And because of that, it's going to ruffle feathers, right? People who benefited from it are going to be mad at me because they're going to think, oh, well, he's only upset because he didn't get more if I don't have a lot of them. And if I do have a lot of them, then people are going to be like, oh, well, he's a hypocrite. He doesn't care. He's actually benefiting from it, right? So, like, it's better off. It doesn't matter how many I have. What I missed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Weirdo mods? Hey, we're all weirdos on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, just roll your scroll reel 16 times, and then in the middle of the wall of text of usually meaningless changes, dig out the cron change in there, right? Don't worry about my Garmoth crystals. My Garmoth crystals might as well be deleted. I don't update them. Just don't worry about them. You got your league start planned? What do you mean league start? Oh, you talking about for PoE? Nah. I'm too committed to BDO right now. Usable Deadeye Magnus? Oh, what did they do to the Deadeye Magnus? Where can you see the updated ones? Nowhere. I don't have my updated ones public, and I don't care to update it every time I make a minor change. The thing is about crystals is you should change them depending on the situation you're in and the person you're fighting. There is no one set to rule them all. And I don't feel like putting 16 different sets of crystals on there for every single situation. What set to use if I'm in a sticky situation and I'm fighting the misses? That is beyond. That's a doomed situation. When you're fighting with the misses, then you either lose big or you lose little. All you gotta do is just try to lose as gracefully as possible. I'm gonna tell her she's overreacting? Yeah. No, you want to make it worse? See, that's the bomb. But you want to make it worse? You say, you're overreacting just like your mother. Oh, well, there's the A-bomb right there. It's over for you. Nice meeting you. I look forward to seeing your obituary. That's a one-way ticket to God, yeah. Yeah, you don't even joke about that. Yeah, it's... Whew. Your life will flash before your eyes instantaneously. The last syllable will be leaving your lips, and all of a sudden you'll be staring at the pearly gates. You won't even know what happened. It happened so quickly. Did I miss your stream this morning by Septimus? I was looking forward to get my Global Lab notes from you, and I sat down and I was like, huh? This bastard isn't live. What the hell? He must have ended early. Just got home a few hours ago? Oh, shit. You go visit some family? Yearly get together with the army boys. Oh, nice. Oh, that's definitely a family. For sure. Do EXP buffs work on AFK training? Like on the dummies? Yeah, they do. I think I made the GMs and the CMs mad. I don't see any of them hanging in my chat today. Normally I see them in the viewer list, but after that little yap sesh earlier, I don't see them anymore. I think they mad at me. They're drafting up the email right now. Dear Zethian, after the recent events and you being mad, we've decided to remove you as one of our beloved friends. No, I'm kidding. I actually have to buy a value pack now? Nope. You kidding me? I have a buffer built up. Look at that, 1,467 days. That's damn near 5 years. I'm good for a while, and then like we'll get a bunch of free ones between now and then, so by then I'll probably have like another year tacked on there. Old Moon Kama. I've tried to keep them balanced out. Although, yeah, that one's 800 days, so 2 years. And Old Moon, 800 days. So, yeah, only like 2 and a bit years worth of those. They don't give those nearly as much as value packs. Norelio is rich. I bet he bought a ton of horse costumes. I bet Norelio's rich as hell. He's counting his money straight to the bank right now. Did you just Instapop everything and buy the offers? No, that's from, I don't buy any of the offers. That is from, like, they give me a free 30-day of those as a partner perk, right? So basically I'm covered, right? But then as time goes on, they give some from codes. You get them from, like attendance, like loyalty. What is that called? Not loyalty. Like the attendance rewards, right? So like every time we get those for free, it just adds on to the timer because the ones that I get for being a partner sustain what I'm using or what's expiring. So it just slowly adds up over time. You got 10 horse Bugatti costumes? Damn. Man, it's gonna be fast as fuck. 300 bill on bloody costumes, yeah. Demos to pet Karazad? I'm not sure. I know Debos have dropped dramatically in price, but I haven't really paid attention to like what would be a proper conversion and stuff. Yeah, pen Debos are kind of cheap right now. So saving up and then selling the tent and buying a pen is probably a viable, like a very good way to go about it. The only thing I wonder is going that path, you're kind of stuck at a spot for longer, right? Because you don't have the AP to move up to maybe better spots. So there might be some opportunity cost that's inherited by going that path. The real question is, how much time do you have to spend at a lower spot? Like I said, I'm too lazy and dumb to do all that work to figure out what's the most optimal time to worry about that shit. You sell your jig crystals or keep them? I'd keep one extra, but I just sell them. I sell them myself, right? You're talking about these guys. There's nothing else to do with them. Is AOS back? No. Although they did announce, like when they were talking about those DR changes, they did adjust one of the AOS crystals. I wonder if that's a sign that maybe AOS is around the corner. Too late? Yeah, I know. I need to keep this shit going so I can easily click on that. That is boring? Hey, to each their own. Just think of all of these people who need to get gains. If AOS starts back up, like Norelio, all of a sudden he stops making gains. There ain't no easy way out. Yeah. 2016 to 2020, I played Warrior. I played Warrior for like 4 years. Nerf Deadeye first. Yeah, Deadeye's kind of fucked up right now. Say what you guys want, but Deadeye's like Awakened Sage, but without a grab. Just protected movement damage, fucking blasting you. But doing it for more range, but it has no grab. But ever since the grab nerfs, that class feels impossible to catch. We should nerf its PvE more? That wouldn't impact Norelio the way I want it to, because he's grinding on that Suck Sage, so... We need to find a nerf that affects Norelio specifically. Am I the highest gear score out there? No. There are people out there with one or more pen fallen gods. Technically, they're higher. Although there is one person I know with a pen fallen god who isn't higher and is actively trying to be even lower gear score than everybody else. I'm not going to mention any names. But it does seem like he's doing everything in his power to fall further behind. Oh, I'm not talking about you, Biseptimus. I'm talking about Cavell in my guild. That man, the first week he was mashing R and accidentally just did Jordine. And then, although I don't know if he met the AP requirement to the other one anyways, because he neglects his weapons and his accessories. And then this week he pitied Pry on his second piece of armor. So it's still base. He's waiting next week to use the stone. That's rough. I feel bad for people who pity the. That sucks so bad because not only are you still stuck with the base, but you have to use a stone next week just to get the pry. So you're still down a stone next week, right? Which means they can only go for pry next week on their next armor too. Using that pity stone is like the walk of shame. Yeah. I've worked it out. If we end up getting the castle 4 and 5 at the scheduled time, all I need to do is hit 2 out of my next 4 enhancements. Right? Because I'll be able to convert both armors. Actually, no. I guess I only really have 1 more week, right? Because I got the upcoming week where I'll convert an armor and I get to go for Pry and Duo, but technically the last conversion will be the same week that we get it. So I actually need... I need to hit Duo next week. Otherwise I gotta do Enslar 1 more week. Because I need 2 more AP, and I can still use the Khan's Heart, because the AP requirement isn't as harsh as with Karshan. Duo chance is 75. The max enhancement is 90% on every enhancement, but, you know, as the enhancement gets higher, the increments per fail stack go up smaller and smaller, so... In order to get a 90% chance on Duo, you'd probably need, like, what, a 400 stack? You can still convert before killing Karshan. That is true. No, that won't work. Because next week is the only week before Karshan. Right? So I would have to convert my armor next week, and if I hit Prion Duo, now I hit the requirements, but I don't have the stone to convert. So then I will have to do if I hit Prion Duo, then I can do Karshan, get the 4 stones, and then convert the last armor. But if I don't hit Duo this upcoming week, I can't do Karshan. And I'll have to just settle for 3 stones. Yeah, unless they delay it. If they delay it, then none of this matters. Well, I only need 4 more DP for Karshan for me. I'm talking about Karshan. I'm not talking about, like, Kafras for anybody. I need 2 more DP to do Karshan. Because I could do 2 DP in this, right? And that gets me to Karshan. But in order for me to get 2 DP, I have to hit Prion Duo. I have to convert, hit Prion Duo, and then that gives me 450. Because the following week is when Karshan is supposed to be added. So if I don't hit Duo this week, next week, then I actually can't do. Oh, I gotta 1 second, chat. I gotta go to the door. Apparently, a package was delivered. Oh, I guess the kids already brought the package inside. I didn't even notice. The dildos arrived. And it's glorious. How do you hit 445 deep? 455? You get your armors up. None of them are a requirement to 455 though. It goes 450 to 460. The Kafra, is going to be exclusive to Pen Fallen God owners for a while. It's going to take like a couple weeks for even me to, or maybe even a few weeks for me to get there, assuming I have okay luck. Wait. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. Holy fuck, I'm dumb. Yeah. Yeah, that's for 450, not 455, but yeah. Damn, so I gotta hit both the 90 and the 75. Basically, anybody who's failed twice now can't do Karshan week 1 unless they had a Pen Fallen God. If you failed more than once, you can't do it first week. My chances at doing Kafras are not looking good. Wait, did you fail any of your clicks yet? Because you still... I remember you just converted the first week, so you had 2 stones left over, because you're obviously not going to go for deck. So you should have had 2 stones left over, and I... Did you do yours this week? Yeah, I haven't clicked yet. But if you fail even one, it's over? Oh, no. God damn. Does that count even if you don't convert an armor? Like, what if you take that extra stone and just click for, like, try or something, or TED or whatever? Because you could just use one of the conversion stones. Oh, that is what you're doing. Oh, that makes it even a lower chance. Oh my goodness. You need 2 tries? Woo. Woo. Good luck. I hope you get it. Man. That goes to show that even if you have 1 pen Fallen God, you're in that boat. That's crazy. I guess if you have 2 pen Fallen Gods, though, you're probably guaranteed, right? That's more than enough DP. Yeah. We just need them to fix the paint thing, right? So Biceptimus can go do, like, burn 100k Aegis at Paddocks, and then go back to grinding, you know, Adonia, and get his Paddocks piece while grinding Adonia. Ooh, Ellie's playing some PoE too. No, you don't have to use Aegis to get it. I just figured probably only worth going there. Oh, no, I mean, I guess you can use Aegis anywhere. Never mind. Back when I did my Paddocks piece, I only went there when I had Aegis because it helped reduce the opportunity cost of grinding it. I'm still in that old mindset, right, where I'm trying to minimize opportunity cost. But now that you can basically use Aegis anywhere, then, you know, that conversation or that line of thinking doesn't really matter anymore. Oh, interesting. Since Friday, let me see. What day was Friday? Oh shit, that was a week ago, wasn't it? Man, I hope mine was nuked because my ad revenue actually looks normal. So if that's actually not supposed to be what it is, yo, maybe I'm about to get paid. Oh, did you? Oh, that's crazy. Holy. You were probably sweating buckets at first. No wonder why you reached out, because that's fucking crazy. That's the difference between being able to do it still and not being able to do it. What day did you stream the most this week? I want to see if there's like a day where we both streamed like a reasonable amount of time. After this, I'll type what I'm actually curious in seeing. If you're willing to share, it might give me a little more. Give us a little more. I don't know what to say. Fuel for the fire against. I don't know. Yeah. Never mind. Right after this Titan, I'm gonna look something up and I'll show you. And if you're willing to show me the same thing, then we could probably jump to a couple conclusions, possibly about it. Or maybe it'll be an eye opener, right? Although, I guess, never mind. I guess if this last week was fucked up, then we couldn't. Fuck. Never mind. Say drama? No, not drama. Just trying to understand, right? I am curious because, you know, specifically with Biseptimus, right? Because I am obviously North American. He's obviously from EU. The times we stream, I guess I do have probably still like a good EU audience. But I am curious like how ad revenue potentially differs depending on the streamer's location. To me, it shouldn't matter based on where the streamer's streaming from. It should matter specifically on where the viewers are viewing from, right? Because I would imagine that the ads aren't catered to the streamer, they're catered to the viewer. Here, I will just snap my last 30 days. And on top of that, this was the last 30 days. And I want to see the average viewers across those days too. Let me take a look for those analytics. Why can't I find it? I could have swore it was right here. Why can't I find this? Is it under discovery engagement? Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, because it would be interesting to look at the proportionality between those. Yeah, I start, like, probably, like, just the start of your guys' prime time, right? I start at, like, 9 a.m. my time, so it's, like, 3 p.m. for you guys. You guys are just getting home from work and stuff when I'm starting. A lot of the NA people are probably asleep or at work. You know, some of them will, you know, tune into my stream and then go to work so they can collect drops while they're at work. The other one I had to click on. So under the analytics on the side, under viewers, I clicked engagement, and then it gave me those second graphs showing like how much time was spent watching, the unique viewers, average viewers, follows, etc., unique chatters. Part of me wonders too, like I'm half tempted. It would be interesting to graph this out and see if like there's a linear or a proportional increase of ad revenue per viewer, or if it diminishes. Yeah. It's funny because your graphs look a lot smaller than mine, but when you take a look at the side there, you see that yours is up to the 2 millions, where mine's only up to 600,000. So, like, each graph you actually have to triple in size if you want it to be, like, relative to each other. Scroll reminder? Oh, I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, I'll type something out to you in a second. I wish I could, like, pause this spot. I wish this was, like, lanterns, where I could, like, step just a little bit out of range of having stuff spawn on me so I could type. Did they fix it so, like, if I step some distance away, is the whole thing gonna reset still? Or did they fix that, chat? Oh, I need to refresh my tent buff, too. Yeah. I mean, it looks like, roughly, like, if you were to stream as much as I would, you'd be making, like, 50% more, right? Which does lead me to one of two things. To think one of two things. Either A, each viewer counts as less as you get more. Would he be making millions upon millions? Trillions. Actually, zillions, remember? Zillions is the biggest number because it starts with a Z. With the dog's in. Come on, get in here. Stop pawing at the door. Gazillions? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I actually want to do a little spreadsheeting now with those numbers. Just see like what the average is. Because you'd think it would be based, like, going off of the amount of minutes watched. Actually, if you go based off of minutes watched, it's pretty damn close. It does look like it does, like, I wonder. I want to do the math on this after. Oh no, oh no. Oof. Thought he was shooting a laser. Yeah, it's probably really rough for Marnie's because there's probably nowhere safe, and if you need to like leave or something, you gotta leave the zone and you're out that 80 mil, right? Yeah, no, I was just yapping out loud. I'm gonna actually calculate something really quickly here. I'm just about to fight the Titan. It looks like there's a minor difference. If you go based off of the earnings and the minutes watched, you could probably roughly calculate how much, how many minutes watched is roughly equivalent to $1. And it looks like it would be pretty close between both of us. It looks like, just roughly looking at the numbers, slightly in favor of, I guess, maybe the time that I stream. But it doesn't look like it's a massive difference. And then you can take that number and calculate it based off the hours you stream, right? And you can see actually, like, how much exactly you're making, per hour streamed. Oh, yeah, good point, because the total earned isn't actually just ads, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I completely forgot about that. You definitely have to separate subs from that if we're trying to figure out what the average revenue for ads is. Because that's right, you definitely have a bunch more subs than I do. This guy scared me for a second. They're just like standing still. Okay. Let's see if I can find where that stat is. Where'd you see that? Oh, here we go. Oh, should probably include turbo too. Because turbo is basically ad revenue as well. Oh, yeah, that's right. You did the total there. Yeah, good point. Never mind. Yeah, you showed the total of both. I didn't even see that at the top. Okay, once this finishes, there it is. I want to actually do some quick math. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? How do I want to do this? 8.2 million divided by and oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm thinking, right? So we could probably extrapolate this even further. And let me think about how to do this. So I could take the Ooh, I know how to do this. We could do minutes per hour streamed. And then, okay. So let's see. If we take the 9 million. Sorry, I won't say this out loud. Divided by the hours streamed. Then we divide that by your number. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. I know, right? Part of me wants to actually get decent with it because I was super sloppy. I was killing the packs and stuff good, but I was definitely sloppy when it came to like seamlessly doing the rotation. That was exactly my reaction when I heard that too. Exactly my reaction. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't add up. Yeah. Exactly right. And I actually think that that's probably more likely too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that too. I think I remember hearing that. But he may not have actually seen. It might have been just what he was told, right? And he just believed. Because he would have no reason not to, right? I know, right? And it's funny because I'll tease my wife. Sometimes they'll get talking about stuff, and I'll be like, "Oh, the chicks are clucking," and my wife will give me like she'll like scowl at me. She'll be like, "Shut up." Deserve then? Ouch. Damn, Williams, you're ruthless. Ruthless. Not gonna lie though, when it comes to something that's time gated, I'm definitely using the highest stack possible as much as possible. Yeah, I 300 stacked probably 308 to be exact to make sure I got that maximum 90%. And I still failed once. That's the sad thing is you can try to minimize it, but it's still no guarantee. It's fucked up. It's a fucked up day. That's what it is. Whether it's 85 or 90, you fail, that's a fucked up day. You got deck offhand? Ooh, did you struggle? $48 attempts? Ooh, yeah, you're up huge for that. Under multi-melters here. Multi, you here? I got a question for you. Or if there's anybody else that lives in Germany here. You're from Germany? Okay. Question for you. If you were making approximately 5,000 a month, 5,000 euros a month, how well off would you be? Like, how does that compare to the cost of living there, like rent and food and all that? Would you be struggling, or would you be doing well? Or would you just be comfortable? I have no idea what the cost of living is in Germany. Depends on the city. Okay. How would that feel in the most expensive place versus the least? Like, what about both situations? And then we can kind of extrapolate based off the two extremes and think of what the average in the middle. Isn't €1 approximately 85% of a US dollar? Oh, did I do the math backwards? Wait, what's worth more? Is it the dollar or the euro? I might have done the math backwards. I know it's 85% one way. The euro's worth more. Okay, I got it backwards. Okay. So, not 5,000. What if it was about 4,000 euros? I mean, I guess that doesn't really change a whole lot. In cheap parts, you would live pretty good. In big cities, you'd be comfortable. Okay. And when you say comfortable, you talking about like just one person take caring of themselves, or what if you had like, you know, what if you were a single income family? That'd probably be pretty tight for a single income family, right? You'd be on the verge towards struggling? Okay. You earn a bit more than that in major city and live comfortably? Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a general idea of what the cost of living is there, because I obviously have no idea. Depends on the home mostly? Sure. What if you lived in an apartment and you were renting an apartment? I think, once again, it probably depends on the apartment, but like your average apartment in the city. You'd be comfy then? Okay. I appreciate you guys' feedback. Yeah, you need a car, and yeah, you obviously got to pay for food, internet, insurance, gas, all your utilities. Yeah, no, I corrected after. It's actually 4K I was thinking of, not 5. I was doing the math backwards. And I was valuing the euro as less than the dollar, not more. So I fucked up there. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped fishing on my main. I thought it was some worthwhile XP, but it turned out it wasn't. The only thing I'm sad is I don't get overnight, like, health XP from eating food all night, but, I mean, that's such a minor amount anyways. It is disabled, apparently, Parrot. Apparently it was broken. I don't know if it was broken good or broken bad, I just know it wasn't functioning correctly, so apparently it's disabled for now. See that, chat? I keep hearing this in the game, but it says it's disabled, so it's kind of weird. If it's still dropping, the rate is horrible. Yeah. Like I was saying, this is kind of the byproduct, although I guess this isn't really new content, but, like, never mind. That's gonna be misinterpreted. It's obviously new content. Just disregard what I was about to say. It was just gonna be confusing anyways. The paint allows you to basically grind a treasure item spot to kind of build up like an agris for that spot. So at any point, like once you fill it up, you can go take a break and go grind somewhere else and still have a chance to get that treasure item until you run out of that agris, and then you gotta go back there and build it back up again. So it basically allows you to not have to fully commit to a treasure item. You can still take breaks and grind other places, which is a huge W of a change. How are people further ahead? What do you mean further ahead of what? Could be a good hour, I know, right? We're getting drops. I still want one of the big fat crystals. agree with what Muffin said. Some people already dropped treasure item pieces day one, are way further ahead now. I mean, I guess further ahead in regards to collecting their treasure items that they worked on, but yeah, saying that they're further ahead is kind of odd. It's, I don't know if I would necessarily say they got further ahead. They obviously benefited from it being bugged early on, where apparently the drop rate was really high. Where does drop rate come into play? In the fact it was resetting your paint? Oh, maybe it was it resetting your paint? I don't know exactly what the bug was. I heard that people were getting drops like crazy with it, but yeah, I don't know what's true and what isn't. You got a Sakraya piece instantly. That's actually crazy. Maybe it's supposed to be a high chance with the paint. It's just a pain in the ass to get the paint. Three more Hans. That's 9 more AP. It's like 1 more crystal. Or I guess depending on the crystal. Ah, fuck. Killed both at once. By the way, you guys, what do you think of that, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Raja Jackson shit that went down? I saw that the other day and I was like, God damn, that's fucking crazy. That man went nuts. So I was watching some videos, I guess it was the night before last night, right? And it was like giving updates on the situation, saying like how he's awake now and, you know, he's doing about as okay as somebody would do in that situation. And how they're talking about how the police are investigating. My wife, like, this was her first, information about the whole situation. She goes, what? She goes, he wasn't arrested already? What the hell? Yeah, apparently, what was the other wrestler's name? Psycho Sam? No, Psycho Steve? Psycho Stu? Stu. Yeah, apparently there was a guy gassing up Raw. Apparently had beef with Psycho Stu as well. So some people are speculating that he might have been gassing him up on purpose, trying to instigate the situation. I don't know how true any of that is. But the whole situation is crazy. Level 68 coming? Yeah, only, what? 98% more. A little bit less. That was hard to watch, though. I saw the clip of the actual situation. I was like, God damn. Yeah. Someone should have hopped on dude faster. Well, you think about it, right? The whole thing was really seconds. Like, at first people are probably like, huh? At first they probably think, oh, well, maybe this is part of the show. This seems odd, but maybe I wasn't updated on a script change, right? And then all of a sudden he's on top of him just swinging and he's clearly unconscious. I'm surprised the people who are already in the ring didn't interact a bit quicker. But, yeah, I saw that video too, Peach. But it was just like, holy. At first, everybody's probably shocked. They're like, wait, what the hell's going on? Wait a minute, this guy's, we gotta stop this. And you just think about, like, that thought process that would go through someone's head, like, as they're seeing it unfold. Like, it lines up. Like, the fact that people weren't in there quicker isn't mean that they were, like, complacent or anything. It's just, the whole thing just kind of catches everybody off guard. And they're like, wait, what's going on? This needs to be stopped. And then by the time they get in, right, that's about the time elapsed. Yeah, it was a wild situation to watch. I was like, holy man. There was one situation like that when I was younger. There was an altercation between some of my buddies, an acquaintance of ours and a buddy of mine. And they were supposed to meet up and scrap it out, obviously over a girl. It was some weird shit. And one of my buddies had this dude, this acquaintance, in a headlock, and it looked like the scrap wasn't going anywhere. And then another one of my buddies with a big old steel-toe boot came out of nowhere and booted the guy who was stuck in the headlock right in the forehead. Of course, he hits the ground, out cold. They start kicking him. We have to break it up and be like, dude, you gotta cut this shit out. Stop it immediately, because he's kicking him while he's out. And it's like, you need to cut this shit out. Like, are you trying to kill somebody? What the hell? It was an awful situation. Yeah, hitting somebody when they're out cold, it's... At that point, you're not trying to prove a point anymore, right? When someone's out, it's over. Your point's proven. Or at least a point's proven, maybe not necessarily your point. Damn, Renetics, yeah. People don't realize, man, we're just flesh and bones. We're fucking a lot more fragile than people think we are. One wrong hit that you might think might not be a big deal could be it. That's why I just say mean things, yeah. You're one of them mean girls, aren't you? I can't wait for the more modernized Mean Girls. Instead of Mean Girls, it'll be Mean Viewers. And it'll be me being bullied by all you guys. We'll have to get somebody to play the role as me. I nominate, why the fuck can't I remember his name? You're not stealing him from me this time, Biseptimus. God damn it! I literally just watched a movie with him in it last night! Not Edward Norton, what the hell? Actually, I love Edward Norton, though, don't get me wrong. I'm thinking of the guy who played... Henry Cavill, thank you very much. I can't believe I forgot his name. Henry Cavill can play me, because he's obviously the closest likeness to me. Fight Club? Oh yeah, Fight Club's a great movie. I actually want to watch that movie. Reload them arms, yeah. The classic. You see both of them fucking cocked up, ready to go. No, the movie I watched last night was with him and Vince Vaughn. It was called Nonas. And it was actually really good. I really enjoyed it. It was based on a true story, too. Pedro Pascal's getting every role. Let the man have some rest. Vince Vaughn been in B-list jail. What happened to his career? I don't know. Maybe it's just because he was like typecasted so much, right? Everybody always wanted him to play the same role. And people maybe, I guess, just got tired of making movies that had that role. But like I said, this Nona's movie, completely different. Like, definitely like a completely different character than he normally plays. And it was really good. I think he did a very good job with it. Yeah, I love Vince Vaughn too. He was in so many movies that I grew up watching. And I love every single one of them. Did I watch Borderlands on Netflix? I have not seen that yet, no. Is it good? I watched the Minecraft movie recently because the kids wanted to watch it. Wasn't necessarily my cup of tea, but they enjoyed it. The Alien Hulu show. Oh, Alien Homeworld. Yeah, I want to watch that. People have been talking about that recently, so I went looking to see what service it was on. And while I was doing that, I saw Aliens Romulus, and I hadn't seen that yet, so I watched that the other day. There was the one point in there, too, where the alien, like, grabs her, and he's like, "Let go of her, you bitch." And it's, like, obviously the very iconic line from Aliens, right? The second one. And just as it was happening, I legit said it, because I knew it was coming. And my wife turns and looks at me, she goes, "Did you watch this already? Do you know something I don't know?" I'm like, hell yeah, I fucking love Aliens. That was so predictable, I saw that coming a mile away. But yeah, I haven't seen any of Aliens Homeworld, so... Or Aliens Earth, sorry. Not Homeworld. So I want to watch that. A Korean series on Netflix named Borderland as well. Oh, so don't watch that one? Yeah, maybe I'll watch I'm going to be looking for a movie to watch with my youngest daughter was at a sleepover last night for her birthday. So we watched that Nona's movie yesterday with my oldest daughter. But my oldest daughter's actually going out to camp with a friend tonight, so I'm going to find a movie for us to watch with my youngest daughter. So maybe we'll watch Borderlands or something. Has anybody watched Aliens Earth, though? Is it good? I love the Aliens franchise. There's a few movies I look forward to, including the new Predator. Oh, I love Predators as well. And then you got the Aliens versus Predators. Oh my god, the best of both types of aliens. Is watching Aliens versus Predator the equivalent of, like, cockfighting? Right? You're just sitting back watching two aliens fight each other. Everybody's betting. Everybody behind their TVs is betting who's gonna win. I bet the aliens wins. I bet the Predator wins. I'm surprised nobody's done like a parody of that. Right? Where you have like one of those rings where there's, you know, some type of fighting going on and everybody's betting around the outside, and then it turns the camera to look at the middle and there's an alien and a predator fighting. That shit would tickle me in all the right places. Prey. I feel like I saw that, but I barely remember it. It's really good? Alien Earth? Okay. God damn it. I hate the fact that there's so many different services and they're all playing things. It's like the old days of basic cable where you had to like, or of cable where you had to buy these packages to get certain channels and you spent a bunch of money on shit you didn't want to. Feels like it's the same way these days. Now you gotta subscribe to every service because they all have their own exclusive shows. Did you see the animated one? I did not know. I didn't even know there was an animated one. It's way harder to pick what to watch these days. I feel that way too, and I don't know if it's because I'm being too critical. Like, there's too many options, so I'm like, oh, this option has to really stand out to me. I've been trying to get in the habit of not being like overly picky about what to watch, because I feel like when you're overly picky, you skip over a bunch of good options that you would have enjoyed. But that's the problem, right? Is there's just so much noise of movies being thrown out and like in your face, I mean. So it makes it hard to try to find one. You're looking for one that stands out. Yeah, the new Dexter's another thing I want to watch too. I'm still finishing the Righteous Gemstones. I've been enjoying that. It started a little slower for me. I wasn't crazy about it, but as I've been watching more of it, and this typically happens with like any TV series, you become more attached to the characters and more into it. But I've been enjoying Righteous Gemstones. I think we're like halfway through season 3 now. Yeah, I didn't realize it, but I was watching the credits like the 3rd or 4th episode in, and I was just paying attention to the critics. Actually, no, it was later than that. It was when Macaulay Culkin was in it. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Macaulay Culkin. And then I was watching the credits at the end, and I was like, holy, wait a minute. Fucking Danny McBride is, like, doing everything for this. He's, like, the creator, the producer, the director. Maybe not all those things, but his name was listed, like, a fucking, I swear, half a dozen times. Walton Goggins. Who's Walton Goggins? I don't recognize the name. Damn it, I got too many things to watch. The wife and kids also want to watch the latest season of Wednesday. Oh, Baby Billy! Okay, yeah. Yo, yeah, I like him. Shit, he wasn't he? Yeah, I watched Fallout. I didn't actually connect that. That was him, huh? My daughter freaked out when when the mutated axolotl jumped out of the river. My daughter loves axolotls. I know. See, I really enjoyed the live action of One Piece, and I really like it. It was my first introduction to it, so like after we watched that, I was like, I kind of want to start watching the anime. And then I saw how many episodes there were, and I was like, oh my god, this is like a 10-year commitment with how often I get to watch it. So now I'm just waiting for all the live actions to come out, but like the next season isn't supposed to come out till next year. It's like, holy crap, there's no way they ever catch up. They're gonna have to skip a ton of shit. Just a mere 1,000 episodes. It was funny too because when we were in Minneapolis. Sorry, one second. Oh, never mind. When we were in Minneapolis, we went to the Mall of America, and there was a store. I think it was on the top floor that had like tons of like anime stuff and One Piece stuff, books, whatever, right? and decided, as we were walking through there looking at different things, my daughters were like really heavily into Demon Slayer, so they were looking at the Demon Slayer stuff. But while we were going through there, I noticed there was just like a whole corner of the store dedicated to just One Piece. And like so many books. So many books. I was like, holy crap. I don't know who this writer is, but they probably don't stop writing. There is no way they ever have time to do anything else. That is a life commitment just writing those stories. Yeah, Naruto has a lot too. It was kind of like I don't know about like newer Dragon Ball Z or more recent, but I remember when I was younger, Dragon Ball Z was the same thing. You'd have like these 20-minute long episodes, but like 8 minutes, 10 minutes of each episode is legit. Both of them taunting each other and talking about how powerful they're about to get and how much they're gonna beat each other's ass. And then there'd be like 3 minutes of fighting, and then it'd be to be continued next week.
Is that the end? Let's go!
Yo, what is up, Aeon Janice? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for the raid. Anybody who doesn't know Aeon Janice, he's streaming every day. He's putting in that grind. Fantastic content. Somebody could do a shout out for him. That'd be fantastic. $58 Nov offhand fails. Oof. Hey, let's just hope you bounce back. I think 58 is, you're about at average, right? Isn't that around the average? So hopefully you get it soon and then it's not that bad. All I ever pray for is to be average. I prayed for that with my offhand and I ended up going a trillion over, but then I ended up looking at my awaken weapon and I went a trillion under on that, so I guess I ended up average in the long run anyways. You're 155 into Nov? You're about to pity it. Isn't it only like 175 to pity that? Or is it 150? No, it can't be 150. 165. Oh, you're so close. That's tragic, though. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. Yo, what's your stack at, Dazzle? You might have a really nice deck stack at this point. You might, I don't know if you've decided at some point to already start using a new stack, but you probably should. How's Awakened Sage at Orbita? It's solid. If I get complacent, I die. Mainly, I just try not to get distracted when I'm fighting the golems. That's the biggest thing. Come on. Oh no! Oh, we got it just in time. Hell yeah. Oh, that was the last one. 2 380s saved? Oh, hell yeah. So at least, you know, at least you could say I got some stacks out of it. Not that it's the most efficient way to build stacks. Yeah, I've come to the realization that next week, if I want to be able to do Karshan day 1, I have to hit both my Pry and my Duo. Same with Divios, he has to hit his Pry and Duo. Basically, you only have leeway to fail 1 if you want to do Karshan week 1. Did Choice stream last night? I can't remember if he streams Thursdays. I think he streams tonight, right? I think he normally takes Thursdays off. I'm curious how his enhancements went. He's probably saving it for tonight. I don't think he streamed last night. Actually, I think he's usually going live pretty soon. He didn't stream Wednesday either. Yeah, I think those are his normal days off, if I remember correctly. You got Pry boots and gloves because I'm a Rusalka Andy. Norelio is going to get himself in trouble with these chat covers. What is he doing? Did he not learn his lesson? They should have titles for Pity for Nov and Deck, Greatest Loser, and PA's a Little Bitch. Oh my goodness. Make it so both titles have an effect that has a small rain cloud on you that rains. That's terrible. Yeah, and you can't turn it off either. It's just permanently your title now. That's your life. Oh, is that? I wonder if my PC command is up to date. Oh no, that's the wrong processor. It's the wrong cooler. Motherboard's fine, memory's fine. GPU's fine. Yeah. So I have a 9950X3D, and I have the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 420 Pro. So I have a better cooler and a better processor. Let's see. Edit this part list. Where is it? There it is. And then the cooler. Where's the search? They don't have the Pro 420 on there? They actually don't have the Pro 420 listed on there. Oh wait, here we go. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, there we go. Is Succession Sage still much worse than Ascension? You mean Awakening? It was never much worse. It was just like Thuck Sage does better damage than Awakened Sage, but Awakened Sage is better at positioning for back attacks, and that's where Awakening Sage pulled ahead a bit in spots where the back attacks are important, which, you know, in a lot of high-end spots for a while there was important, right? Like at Pig Cave, Dark Seekers, obviously in your Dolan's parties. Although, actually at Olin's I don't think it mattered so much. Most of the time you're just blasting mobs as they're peeking at you, and it was easy to get back attacks on the golem, so it wasn't as big of a deal there. But yeah, Suck Sage just recently got buffed more, so Norelio grinds with it, and he's streaming right now. If you want to see exactly what he's cooking with it, he's grinding the same spot too, I believe. Oh shit. There we go. I just put the new cooler and processor in there. It's crazy that it says available soon on this cooler. I don't know how I managed to get it so early. I don't know when you found that, Kanjara, but it's like they're still not like actively selling it. Or advertising it, I guess. A nice cheap budget PC for someone looking to get into gaming. Yeah, no big deal, right? It was, how much is it brand new? 4,300. I actually want a new monitor, but I'm going to wait till Christmas. The wife and kids are going to be asking me, Dad, what do you want for Christmas? I'll find some nice monitor to put on the list. Maybe I'll go with like a nice 240 hertz 2K OLED. Oh shit. Ouch, ouch. Can it still be counted amongst the top 5? I don't know. I guess people who count it on the top 5 will probably count it on the top 5. To me, most tier lists are nonsense. Tier lists are a good way to ruffle feathers and create content. That's how I look at tier lists. They very rarely give proper context or picture of a class. Best tier class is the one you enjoy the most. That's fucking facts right there. That's the car facts. Oh, DK, shh, shh, shh. Oh shit, I misclicked. Oh crap. And it's gone. And even that to me doesn't paint the whole picture, Hot Sauce. Like, comfort and enjoyment are extremely important to me as well. So, like, you might have a class that's, you know, maybe 10% slower, but it's twice as comfortable. I would make the argument that that class is better, right? Because you're not sweating your ass off on it. And then there's also enjoyment of the class, too, right? Maybe a class is comfortable and you enjoy it, or sorry, comfortable and good, but you don't enjoy it. I think that's the most important stat, but that stat's subjective. You know, what one person enjoys can be completely different from what another person enjoys, and both can be right. Like, beauty's in the eye of the beholder type deal, right? But, like, there's some tier lists out there, like Choice's tier list is based exclusively off potential. Like, if you're willing to put in as much work as that class requires as possible, this is, you know, where we would put all classes that were, you know, if you're putting in 100% of the effort for those classes. But to me, that doesn't seem to, like, I don't feel like that provides a lot of value to the average viewer, because the average viewer isn't going to want to have to stick a line of magic dust up their nose just so they can grind on Awaken Nova like Awaken Nova was back in the day, right? Awaken Nova was the best grinder for a long time, but you had to put in so much effort to do it, and that's why it was largely unpopular for grinding. Your average Twitch viewer wants to just chill while grinding, while watching Twitch on their side monitor. So I would make the argument a class that's more comfortable is better for that. Must be nighttime. That explosion is wrecking me. And this is the way I look at it, Dukes. You're effectively throwing away 15 hours of enjoyment into the trash just so you can be 5 more hours of efficient. To me, it's the complete opposite. And once again, that's subjective, right? But I am never, ever going to throw away and be like, yeah, no, you know what? I want to spend 15 hours having less enjoyment of the game just so I can spend 5 hours less doing something I enjoy. To me, that's the complete opposite of the whole purpose of the game, which is to have fun. This is also the guy who became the Coward King? What do you mean the Coward King? Here's another way to look at it, right? You know, Blue did some rough calculating a little while ago, and I know some of you hate Blue. Let's pretend I didn't say his name so I don't trigger you guys. But a person roughly calculated that, you know, people who grind are effectively grinding for $5 an hour worth of silver. So ask yourself, if your grind is approximately worth $5 an hour, and you can save, you know, make 10% more silver if you play a class that you don't enjoy as much. That means you're effectively putting your enjoyment of the game on shelf for 50 cents more an hour. If you want to break it down that way. Which to me just seems silly. I would much rather have fun for $5 an hour than have less fun for $5.50 an hour. Right? It doesn't seem to make sense. At that point, if you're choosing to not have fun, why even play at all? Just go to work, make that paycheck, come home and swipe. That's way more efficient than grinding on a class you don't enjoy. Yeah. And that's why I choose to always play what I enjoy. Like I said, I take Guardian, and Guardian's super chill. I like my Guardian, but it's still not my Sage. Doesn't matter how bad Sage gets, I will still grind on it. I mean, there's a threshold. If they made Sage really bad, there's a point where I'd be like, okay. But it would break my heart. I would have such a hard time finding enjoyment in the game if that ever happened. How are the pre-orders going? Super slow, which is good. Means less people getting hosed. Min-max is a valid way to play. And it is, right? If you genuinely enjoy trying to push the limits of what you can make, then you have the best of both worlds. But priority should always be on fun. Always. That's the whole reason we're all playing games. Always priority should be fun. And yeah, if your fun is min-maxing, then you have the best of both worlds. I'm just hoping Saviors and high APM and his smooth feeling. They've been doing a pretty good job creating smooth classes, so. But we'll see. One of the biggest things that seems to kill classes is when it has some really annoying secondary resource system, right? Like, people don't like the Ions on Drac, people don't like the Gourd on Wukong. People obviously love Deadeye because that class, you don't have a secondary resource system, and you basically get to ignore your stamina. Because even when you run out of stamina, well, now you just start consuming HP, but like a negligible amount. An elegant baddie with greatsword. Oh, yes. You know who I want her to be like? You know that boss before Ors in Orzekia? The one that you have to fight to get the key? I want her to be like that. Vander Klegan? I don't know what that is. I don't appreciate the phallus shaming that's going on either. Pounder of Tortoise. That even is your real name. Brianna of Tarth? That's not Sander. Brianna's... I can't think of her name, but that's not her. I can't remember her name now. Yeah, there's a lot of classes. Velks, Guardians, Drax, Warriors, they're all excited for Savior. Yeah, I think there's a good chance she's an Ascension class. It looks like they're doing more and more Ascension classes, and honestly, I don't hate it. But buy the horse costumes? Yeah, as I get them. I think PA messed up with that. I don't think they should have done both those two things at the same time. They shouldn't have announced that they were going to allow costumes to be converted, horse costumes to be converted to crons. And if they did, they should have made it much, 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 much more well known. It should have been in the mailbox that actually gave the horse costumes. They should have been doing in-game announcements about it. They should have had an events notice. They should have had it like legit at the top of the patch notes in bold. Yeah. I mean, most people wouldn't have sold it if they knew, right? And I don't think it's that big of a deal that, you know, 3 costumes, that's like a bill silver. It's not a big deal. But PA works, like, whenever they're doing big announcements, whether it's the Heidel Ball or whatever, right? They will do, they'll, like, lock the market, and they will delist items. So this way it helps prevent people who, you know, are really quick and fast and have lots of money for being able to buy something that's, you know, maybe flooded at min price and making, you know, a ton of silver off of it. This one, they didn't do that, right? It was just some, like, little note that was in the bottom middle of a giant wall of text of patch notes. So only people who were, you know, paying attention got it. And yeah, they're going to benefit, you know, hundreds of billions of silver. EA shouldn't have done that. They should have just not told anybody. The horse outfit change should have just been like this random thing that all of a sudden it hit us. Exactly for vendor crons, yeah. What if they only make it new pearl items? I mean, they could do that, but they've never done that in the past, so we don't really have a precedence for them to do that. Imagine rewarding people that read. That's the thing, though, is if that was like a normal patch note at the top or something, right? And it was in like bold text, then sure, I would be willing to concede that. But let's be honest, how many people at the very bottom of the patch notes when they're talking about minor bug fixes to random things in the game, how many people are actually reading all of those? Like, a change like that is a big change. That's not a little change. That shouldn't be so small and hidden in the bottom. And like I said, you shouldn't get mad at the people who benefit from it, right? They're just, you know, it is what it is. It's just something that I've actively seen PA try to avoid doing many, many times in the past. Allowing people to take advantage of things that are happening to the game to make massive quantities of wealth. And they dropped the ball with this one, right? This one, you know, exactly that's happening. They'll make the free horse gear not able to be extracted into crons. At this point, they can't do that, though. Because at this point, now that people have heavily invested into it, that would be a huge FU. No matter what now, it's a huge FU to somebody, right? So I actually can't see them doing it now. If they did that, holy. I think if they did decide to do that, they would say, okay, we're not going to allow you to turn these into crons, but we will let you sell them to the NPC for the same price you bought them for. So this way you're not completely out that silver, right? They are sellable on the market, but you would get taxed 35% on it. Oh yeah, middle tower. What an odd first message. No, there isn't a distinction from that, and that's why it's really complicated, right, Emily? Like I said, I don't think they do anything about it, and I don't think they should. Like, it is what it is. It just, they obviously fucked up there. Two things happened at the same time. Like, both of these things make sense. Letting horse costumes be chronable makes sense. That should have always been a thing. And compensating people for whatever the issue was that made them give away 3 horse costumes, that made sense too, right? They should definitely be doing things like that, compensating people for their own fuck-ups. But it's the fact that both of these things happened at the exact same time created this issue. It was like the whole mapping situation, right? The whole mapping situation was the same deal. They had an event where the game was free, and then they had an event where new accounts, when they hit level 60, would get scrolls that could be run as a guild. Individually, both of these events are perfectly fine, but the fact that they both happened at the same time created the mapping situation that happened years ago and was exploited, right? How much have I been buying? I don't want to talk about how much I'm buying because it's just a lose-lose. Because I'm criticizing PA of the situation, if I have a lot of costumes, people are going to be like, oh, well, he's a hypocrite. He obviously doesn't care that much about it because look at how much he's profiting off of it. Or if I have low costumes and people are going to be like, oh, he's just jealous he didn't take advantage of it. So, it's better you guys just don't know. Because no matter what, people are going to be weird about it. No, I don't blame the people for getting them either, but you guys know how people get. Like I said, I'm not mad at anybody who's taking advantage of it, right? When there's loopholes in systems, you're just dumb if you don't take advantage of them. And yeah, must be good, feel good to have silver. That's what is also contributing to this, is the awkward timing of it. We're a week off the new content update. People have just finished spending all their silver trying to enhance their offhand as high as they can and getting other upgrades up, right? So they can do the new content. And then this happens, a situation where having a lot of capital benefits you, right? I swear, every time I talk about the situation, more people sell it. Yeah, plus the Night Vendor event, which is also sapping people's silver. So there's a lot of people who would love to and were in the know and did read the patch notes, but they just don't have the silver to capitalize on it. Yeah, it's just It's the perfect storm. It's a shitty situation that could have been avoided. It's a good situation for few. It's an amazing situation for few. But you know, in general, a shitty situation for most. PLDR, sell your horse costumes. I'm kidding, by the way. Don't sell them. The horse costumes they just gave everybody are very likely going to be able to be turned into crons. There was a line in the same patch notes just this week at the very bottom, if you scroll down, where horse costumes are going to be able to be turned into crons. I think there's a very, 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 very rare chance that they for some reason make it so these can't be cronable. They're sellable, so they'll be cronable. Yeah. Yeah, that's really it, right? It's the most logical thing. Yeah. It'll still be the same ratio of silver, pearls to silver to crons, right, as everything else. So... considering they're half the price of a costume, then it's safe to assume that they'll be half the crons of a costume. Watch them be 2.8 million. Hey, if they did that, I mean, you never know, right? They could make them an in-between. You're right. You never know. And yeah, they never said when. Yeah, but the thing with value packs is you can't convert them to crons. So there's a bit of a difference there. Yet. True. I've always thought that there should be no limit on how many items you can sell for silver. That there should be a limit of how many pearls you can sell, right? Because I think that's a big problem, that value packs are impossible to get your hands on. And if there was like let's say a $300 limit, or actually, how many costumes can you sell? 35, right? So that'd be like what is that, 100,000 pearls or 10,000 pearls? No, I guess that'd be 100,000 pearls. Like if somebody wants to sell, like let's assume 35 costumes is 100,000 pearls for the sake of this argument. If you're allowed to sell 100,000 pearls worth of costumes, they should let you sell 100,000 pearls worth of value packs. Because that's the main reason why whales don't sell value packs when they need silver, is because they want the most out of those limited amount of sales they can do, right? Why would they sell 35 value packs when they could sell 35 costumes? Just make the pearls sellable on the central market. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, you can't sell anything else. You can just sell pearls, and then people can buy the pearls and use them on whatever they want. Interesting. One thing that would be nice about that is like if you want a value pack, or if you want a costume, or if you want something like that, then like you're only able to have an order on one, and it feels kind of bad, right? And because of that, you know what would also be nice about that? Is that would also eliminate the ability to sell costumes from one player to another, right? So like streamer privilege, where I have somebody who pops in my stream, or Choice, or any big streamer, right? I mean, I'm obviously not as big as them, I'm not trying to toot my own horn. But, you know, any streamer who has a whale as a viewer that says, hey, I want to sell 35 costumes, Death. Do you want to buy them? And I'm like, yo, definitely. And then they're like, okay, I'm going to sell them to this one that has no orders. And then they list them to me one at a time so nobody's the wiser, and I get 35 costumes. That's obviously not fair, because you guys can't put an order up and have a chance on those, right? So if they did just make it so you could only sell pearls, and then, you know, it's up to the person who bought the pearls to spend them how they want, then everybody could have orders up on pearls for silver, and everybody would have a fair shake at anything like that. That'd actually be pretty... That'd be pretty good. I actually like that. Be a huge shit show of having stuff in queue. Would you both get banned if you list 35 outfits one by one? No. Unless there's a proven exchange of like real money, because obviously RMT is against the terms of service. So like if you were typing in game and said, hey, I want silver, how about I sell you costumes, and and you just pay me the amount I'm spending on the costumes. So this way I break even money-wise, but you get my silver. That would obviously be, you know, against the terms of service. Because that's RMT, and you would definitely, if there was proof of that happening, you would definitely get in trouble. That is. So, the issue that had, Bisu, was the fact that they were using an alt account to benefit their main account. It wasn't the fact that they were, you know, coordinating a trade or whatnot, right? Like, you're not supposed to use alt accounts to try to benefit your main account with them. Yeah, that's right, because it's considered boosting your main account. But yeah, I like that idea. Get all the pearl items out of the shop, just make it so pearls are sellable. And then everybody can have an order up. And the nice thing about that is that would mean that people could now, like free-to-play players, could get tents and stuff like that too, right? Because they could just put orders up on the pearls, and then when they get the pearls, they could then buy a tent if they want, or they could buy a ghillie or whatever, right? Stuff that's typically not sellable on the market. Or they could buy value packs. I feel like that would be way better. Pets, too. Like, I mean, the list goes on and on. There's so many things that are actually difficult to get from the market, because the whales would rather just whale on the higher ticket items. People did that, like Biohack, who used several accounts at launch to sell main bottom price lumber to trade. Yeah, I mean, you know, things happen, right? PA's never going to catch everything. And you got to remember, PA's always trying to strike this balance. Whenever something is being... whenever there's issues in the game with botting, exploiting, whatever, They're trying to catch the largest net that's possible to catch as many people as possible that are breaking the rules, but have as few false flags as possible. Because I think we can all agree, somebody who's innocent accidentally getting banned is way worse than somebody who's guilty slipping through the cracks and getting away with it. Right? I think we can all agree that one of those things is much worse than the others. I would rather get a few guilty parties slip through the cracks and get away with it than innocent people get banned for no reason because their detection software was a little too strict and caught some innocent people. And I think PA understands that too, right? In gaming context, I think in general that's true for real life context too. I mean, in a perfect world, you want everybody caught, right? Everybody caught that's bad, and nobody that's innocent gets punished. But the world doesn't even operate that way. Three workers, 2 nodes? Oh my god, you split one worker in half? That's toxic. That poor bastard who was running back and forth between 2 nodes, probably just feeding them 1 beer every time too, huh? Man's doing twice the work for half the pay. A 100 guilty people should escape, then 1 guilty person or innocent person should suffer. Is that a Ben Franklin? I fucking love Ben Franklin, man. He has so many quotes that I just jive with. Maybe I'm Ben Franklin reincarnated. Huh? Definitely his age? What the hell is that supposed to mean? And his roundness? Okay, chat. This wasn't an opportunity for you guys to start shitting on me. What is going on? That's it, mods. Get your swords ready. We're going to start hacking off some limbs here. We got some gangrenous limbs in chat. Just poisoning the pool. When did I get that demo? I don't remember seeing that ping. Alright, wish granted, the person to go to jail is you. Right? That's the thing, is it's easy to say something like that, and it sounds in general good. And that's kind of the whole premise, well, maybe not necessarily the same premise, but the whole railroad thing where they're like, okay, you got 1 person on the tracks versus 5 people on the tracks. And you get to pull the lever, which ones get run over. What do you pull, right? It's kind of like that dilemma, not entirely. So, but that creates a moral dilemma, right? That line of thinking is a slippery slope. Because at that point, then it starts to go along the lines of, does the cause justify the means? And there have been a lot of things throughout history that have been viewed through that mindset. Like, okay, well, a few people will suffer, but it's for the greater good. And a lot of terrible has been done in the world because of that. So that's why, like, it's a very slippery slope. That way of thinking. Are Devos really rare at Nymphomare? Flying bronze? Plying bronze, buying crons. Ooh. The drop chance for those paintings is horrible. Can you get them right now? Tell me what I not keep resetting this window. Oh, if you could sell paints, that'd be crazy. They should retroactively give me all of the paint I should have for Darkseekers. Just saying. You can drop them, you just can't use them? Ah. I can't wait for dinner tonight. I got some chicken thighs. I'm gonna actually cook indoors today. I've been doing like nothing but barbecuing all summer. You know, I usually try to take advantage of every day. It's not enjoyable here, especially in the cold months, to be barbecuing in the winter time, so I typically put the barbecue to rest. But I'm kind of excited tonight. I'm gonna actually just cook some chicken thighs in my steel pans and make like a nice pan sauce after the fond. I've been thinking about it the last hour. Pizza right now from a local place for pickup, jalapeno and bacon with a Greek salad. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I've ever had jalapeno on pizza. Why have I never considered this? I feel absolutely crazy. I have legit never. Because you're mentally stable? Well, you don't like jalapenos? I love jalapenos. How many hours per day do I grind? Way too many is the answer. I play this game way too much. Holy shit, I'm a loser. Better than pineapple? Shut up. Don't you dare. Pineapple on pizza is goated. Fuck you. The only reason why most people don't like pineapple on pizza is because it's fashionable to hate on it. Oh, jalapeno poppers are so good. We actually have a pizza place nearby that makes some mean jalapeno poppers. What are my thoughts on Nickelback? I actually don't like Nickelback. And yes, it's fashionable to hate on them, but I do actually just don't like them. I don't like them. I don't know what it is. You're a bitch, Kanjara. Why are you bringing that up? Huh? Why are you doing that to me? Making me look like a whole ass hypocrite. Thoughts on Imagine Dragons? I don't mind them. Look at this photograph. That song specifically. Imagine Dragon D's nuts across your face. Oh, shut up. You bastards. Is that what Kanjara was setting me up for? He's probably looking for the text-to-speech redeem, but I have all that shit disabled today. Hey, Kanjara, do you have HAGs on? Hardware Accelerated GPU Scaling? Or Scheduling, sorry. My PC actually dies with it on. I decided to turn it on because I was doing, like, you know, the shit I was talking to you about. My PC actually dies with it on. What do I mean, dies? Like, legit. My mouse is stuttering across the screen, and it will crash. Like, even just at the desktop, it's like... Yeah, you have to have it on to use smooth motion or any type of frame gen. No, I'm talking about hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. Or graphics scheduling or whatever. It's called HAGS, H-A-G-S. Do you have an overclock or undervolt on your GPU? I do not, no. I do at times, but like, I manually set my overclock while I'm, like, when I feel like doing it, basically. Most of the time, 99% of the time, it's all running at stock. Yeah, no, I was talking to Emily there about HAGS. A driver or Windows issue? It's definitely not driver, because I've actually been having some, like I said, I don't really want to get into PC issues on stream, because then I got people telling me to turn it off and on again. But, I've been using DDU and wiping my drivers completely clean, the GPU drivers completely clean, and trying different drivers to see, like, I have this very intermittent problem, and which makes it super annoying, because, like, when I have a problem that I can repeat and I can figure out exactly how to repeat it, it's only a matter of time before I fix it, because I can basically just do a tweak, try to repeat the problem. If it happens, the tweak didn't fix it, time to go next, right? And I do that over and over again until I figure out what the problem is. But intermittent problems that happen randomly, like once every couple of days, are so annoying because I never know if I fixed it until I've forgotten about it. Well, this is definitely a driver problem because I actually found a thread on the NVIDIA forums where there is a whole pile of people who are all complaining about the exact same thing. There are some people who are complaining in there about issues that seem similar, but there's some in there that are explaining it in depth, down to the T of what's going on with me, and they're all like, yeah, this is the problem. NVIDIA is for some reason ignoring us and not fixing this. And it typically is a problem with the 5000 series GPUs. But yeah, it does seem to be a driver issue. And yeah, NVIDIA has been sucking ass with drivers this year. Have I tried not having a problem? Huh. Maybe I'll try that right now. Holy fuck. The problem just got better. Yo, I'm gonna start doing that more often. Oh no! Oh, I went to untime him out and I died. Oh, fuck. Joke's on me. Oh, no. The haters win again. Oh, shit. That's what you get. Yo, as soon as I untimed you out, the problem came back. Coincidence? Oh, what am I doing? I need to kill these towers. Did I open the map? There's a mini map right here. What do you mean open a map? There you go. Yeah, I made it even bigger. Don't you dare be coming over to my spot. This is my little hole in the wall. This is my own private domicile, and I won't be harassed. Bitch. No, I'm right here. I hope he got that reference. Otherwise, he's gonna be mad. He's gonna be like, Why did he just call me a bitch? The hell? Someone needs a nap? I need a Snickers. I'm getting hungry again. Good show, slow start, yeah. The Breaking Bad was such a good show. You know what's another thing that I've been planning to watch is Better Call Saul, which was a spin-off, obviously. Apparently that was good, and I just never got around to watching that. Who drops the telepiece in DSR? Every single mob. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. It's just another one of those things where it's just like, I always had something else on the go that I was finishing up, and then by the time I remembered, I was already into something new, and just one of these days, I need to do it. I got so many things I gotta watch. Maybe I just need to stop streaming and just sit around and watch shows with my wife. Nah, I gotta wait till she's home anyways. I can't watch them without her. She's gonna be at work, and I'm gonna be just sitting here on my ass. Versus what I'm doing now. You watch the same shows over and over again, do you? I have a hard time watching something I've already watched, unless it's like a really good movie. But I don't know if I could ever watch a TV series or something over again. Peacemaker. Oh, yes. John Cena's in that, right? I've been seeing that popping up, and it's another thing where I'm like, hey, that might be fun to watch. Yeah, Altered Carbon, I watched that. I don't think I've ever seen 30 Rock. I recognize Edge Runners, but maybe I didn't watch it. Don't watch it with the kids, though? Okay. Good to know. Kinjara gave me that same heads up with the Righteous Gemstones, which is a good thing, because there's a lot of cock in that show. Was it 10 out of 10, was it? By the way, Emily, who are you? I noticed you made your Twitch account like 7 days ago, and you've been pretty active the last week. It's giving me new account vibes. Your old account is in the Shadow Realm? Ah, gotcha. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, so that's why I was like, I could have swore I've seen this person around longer than the last 7 days. But then I saw the account creation date. I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? It is impossible to talk to real humans at Twitch, which blows my mind. Because, like, if I have an issue, I could send them an email, and they'll have an email back to me in 5 minutes. I could be talking to a real person. Like, that is one area where Twitch really needs to step up their game. Because I don't think they realize how much customer service matters to people. And Kick has a real advantage right now when it comes to there. And that is completely self-inflicted. Oh, you're right, Vitus. You can do that on Black Desert Mobile. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The new crystals, you can't get them from the CM? No, it looks like you have to make them yourself. You can get the crystallized energy of end times to make them, but it's going to be a long time before those start sitting. This is like Dekia fragments all over again. Are we getting crystals to go from silent to wailing? Yeah, those are the silent crystals already in the game. So the name of the crystal is the armor you use it on, not the armor you use it for. But they're obviously really rare, right? The silent crystals are really tough to get your hands on. I get like maybe 2 or 3 of them a day at most, and I've been having pretty long grind sessions. I think those crystals will become more popular as we get new spots though, and higher spots. They'll probably make them more common, right? At Castle 4 or 5. And then, 6 through 10. So, oh, you don't remember the email address you used to make the account? I was gonna say, it might be easier to recover your email than it is to try to recover your Twitch then, right? But if you don't even know the email, shit. That's a fucked up problem to be in. Here's a suggestion. How long have you been playing BDO for? If there's something else you were playing around that time, or you just started using around that time, check what email you used for that. Maybe it'll be the same email, and that'll give you a clue of which one to use. Oh, Steam. So you lost the Steam account, too. Oh, god damn. No? Okay, now I'm confused. You can log into BDO. Oh yeah, it's Twitch. Why do I keep saying BDO? Duh. Oh my god, sorry. Do you know how long you've been on Twitch for? Yeah, that's odd. I hope you worked that out, though. That's... I mean, I guess it's not really that big of a deal. It's just a Twitch account, and you know, kind of found a workaround for getting your name. I've been using a password wallet and converting everything over to it, and it's made my life a hell of a lot easier. Because it's so annoying, right? Because you want to, you know, you have your logins, and then you want to set the same password for everything because you don't want to have to remember a million passwords. But obviously that's bad because when one thing gets figured out, then obviously everything gets figured out because usually it is an email to log in. And then if it's the same password across everything, you're basically cooked. So now you try to have random passwords across a bunch of different things. But like, I swear, like at least half the websites these days, every 3 months, force you to change your password. So now all of the different passwords you've used across all the different platforms that you've changed, you know, multiple times over the years, all become like this blend and blur in your brain. So as soon as you are trying to figure out the password for something, you're guessing, oh, is it password this or password that? And all of a sudden you failed 3 times and they're locking you out of your account, and you're like, oh, well, for fuck's sakes, now I gotta figure out how to recover this shit. It's just like, holy, it's so frustrating. So yeah, I've been using a password wallet for all that shit, and I just gotta remember that and hope that that never gets leaked or hacked. I even have a little black book in the house here too, where I write the important passwords and stuff down. So this way, especially if something ever happens to me, right, then my wife can, you know, get access to all my accounts and stuff. You never know. One day, monstrosity might set me off and I have a heart attack or an aneurysm or some bullshit. She can pick up where I left off. No, the kids can inherit. They can inherit all my gear. That's the goal. Shut up, monstrosity. You already got me killed once today in game. You better not be trying out a game. That was one of the new Linkin Park songs. Can't remember. The song command thing isn't working. I got a lot of the channel features turned off right now. So I'm trying to isolate some bullshit that's been happening. Oh, goddamn, almost got lasered down. I think people are sleeping on Scholar. I think Scholar is actually a really good grinder right now, and it just got buffed too. And now he's on Scholar? Is he actually on Scholar, or? Maybe Scholar really is it. Oh, goddamn. I swear that AoE used to not hit me so hard. Why is it hitting me so hard today? Oh, my Villa wore off. What is that, 10 DR? Oh, and the house buff wore off too. Sorry, we're about to wrap it up anyways. Sellable? Yeah, you just gotta convert them to the actual crystal for clicking. And then they sell within a reasonable amount of time. You gotta remember, it's just like Origins and Devours, right? These things, why would people buy these? This is basically them buying clicks with homework and extra costs, right? Because they have to use 100 magical shards. Where if you combine it to this, people are just gonna buy these. It's effectively cheaper and requires no homework. So if you want to sell your distorteds, convert them to Origins. If your fragments to Origins. Why would anyone buy any of those? For clicking, right? It's cheaper than crons. It's cheaper than vendor crons, not cheaper than costume crons. It's meant to be in the middle. And costume crons are not always available. You know, people tend to just use vendor crons these days. Well, that's just right now, right? This is a temporary situation where, you know, people who had tries are trying to liquidate their tries that they can sell because they're getting one that they consider to be free or cheaper, right? But this is a temporary blip. It's the same thing that happened with Crescents back in the day when Jatina got added. It's the same thing with Tet boss armors when the original seasonal boss armors, like when you converted your Pentuvala to a Tet boss armor. It's the same thing over and over again. This is a temporary blip. The one thing to consider when getting your quote-unquote free try armor is you can't sell it. So now you're locked in with pushing it to Tet yourself. And right now, buying Tets is cheaper than making Tets. So, but now you're locked in and you're forced to make it. So you're, you know, you're going to end up spending likely the same amount in the long run. That's the thing about the Tuvala, right, tri-armor, is the only way you ever move that value you invested into it further is if you push it to Tet so you can convert it. Now you have to enhance Tet. Otherwise, you abandon that money you put into it. And then at that point, you never saved money. You ended up spending money. Yeah, even if they did give it to you for free, if you look at the value of one of those tri armors versus the average of making a Tet, you're actually at that point. I think you're just breaking even. The average cost of making a Tet is not cheap. Of upgrading from tri to Tet is not cheap. Unless the TETs have gone up recently. I don't think they have. I'll have to check after this Titan. This is basically my last rotation anyways. I just croned it the whole way, Owl. I don't think that's optimal. I don't know what is. I just didn't want to have to extend out the whole process and try to like raw tap it and use stacks and shit. Because I have like an absurd amount of stacks laying around, and I was just like, fuck it. I was like, fuck it. I still don't care about using these. I just want to get through it, you know? So I just croned it. But I think typically people do raw tap to try. Let's see. Pet Fallen God. Oh, these are so fucking cheap. These are way cheaper than the average of making them. These are way cheaper than the average of making them. So even if you sell this, let's say you sell this for 30 bill, you get your free one, your quote-unquote free one. Let's say you spend 10 bill on the other one. you're up 40 bill, right? You got your 30 bill from this back. You now have the item you spent the 10 bill on. Or no, I guess you'd be up 20 bill. Well, now you have to upgrade it to Tet. And let me double check on Garmoth. You would probably use about a 250 stack, right? Don't people typically use 250s for Tet, or do they just start at 300? I haven't enhanced one of these in a hot minute. I remember using 250s, but back then getting 300s wasn't a thing. I remember the last one I used at 300. Yeah. So if you use a 270, we'll go with that 270. That is approximately a... Oh, here we go. Why is this not functioning correctly? Oh, I set it to... That was pen armor. Okay, there we go. Yeah, about a 5.6% chance. So your average attempts is 18 attempts. Each one of those stones is... Don't I have one? No, it's not these guys, right? It's not the chaotic ones. It's the other ones. Where are they? Isn't it like 10 Caphras? 10 Caphras and like a sharp and a mass? Or no, it's 10 Caphras and 2 sharps, right? Is it the Flawless Chaotic? Oh, it is too. Yeah, never mind. So, these are effectively like 30 mil a click. 35 mil a click, actually, currently with those prices. So you're already at an average of 18 clicks. It's like 17.86, so we'll round up to 18. 18 clicks times 35 mil. That's already 630 mil just off the stones. Plus you have 2,700 crons. Assuming you use vendor crons. Assuming you use... Let's not even use vendor crons. Let's use these things, because these things are cheaper than vendor crons, right? So those are 5 mil a click. So we can just do, like, if it's an average of 18 clicks times 5 mil, 5 bill. Shit, I guess that's 90 bill. What, did I... Oh, yeah, that's right. Wrong stone, wrong stone. Never mind, you can't even buy these stones. I was thinking of distorteds. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong stone. Yeah, I don't even know if you can get these stones, so I don't know if you can even consider them. Only 44 have sold. Damn. But even still, 18 times 7.5? That's 135 bill. It's actually cheaper than I expected it to be. And vendor crons would be a bit more than that, right? Because vendor crons are 2,700 times 3. So that'd be 8.1 bill times 18 clicks is 145 bill. Plus the stack itself. I guess it's actually similar right now. This is cheap. This is a bit more than average. Well, ideally, Super Guy, you want to use costume crons. But if you can get the silent stones are better than vendor crons. Obviously, we will pity it. Yeah. Yeah, right. This is just average, so there's never any guarantee you're going average. Oh, is there knowledge there? Yoinkers. It's actually more knowledge too. They'll highlight all the knowledge now. I never paid attention to any of this shit. Did they do this everywhere in the world now, where it highlights knowledge that you're missing, or is it just the new region? I'm hitting some of these things, and it's not like it's giving me a... It doesn't feel like it's giving me a knowledge entry. Okay, well... Let's see. That's not it. It's this way. That's to the well. This is up back down to the town. So U-turn, up a long staircase. There's the U-turn, up big staircase. Voila. Voila! Hey, chat. Time for me to head out. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. See if we can find someone to raid here. I appreciate you all hanging out with me today. You guys are fantastic. We will be back tomorrow as well. So if you guys are chilling, looking for somewhere to chill, you know what? I'm going to send you guys over to Mr. Vesselvision. I haven't raided him in a hot minute, and I know some of you guys might be interested in the Guardian changes. I'm sure he'll be doing some grinding on Guardian. He's been playing Awakened Guardian, I'm pretty sure, since it came out. So I'm going to send you guys over to Vessel. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we will be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening, you all as well, and good luck with your enhances and your grinding and all that. Yo, hit me with a kiss? God damn.